Good evening, and welcome to tonight's episode of Arcane Adventures. As always, before we get started with tonight's episode, we do have a few session announcements to get through. The first being your weekly reminder that we have quiz questions available every Tuesday and Friday under the post section of our YouTube channel, which is at arcane_adventures. Also, in conjunction with those posts, we release shorts, also every Tuesday and Friday, highlighting the most iconic and comical moments of each of our session episodes for your laugh funnies on the internet. Uh, totally out of context, as it always should be. But that is all of our session announcements and reminders, so let us jump into tonight's episode of Arcane Adventures. And welcome back. We return to Pajakeen. After Lorem Ipsum and their interaction with Talzir Ralbrin, the Khajiit individual that had sold us information, which may or may not be helpful, but that's not important right now. Our party decided to split up, half of them focusing on looking for Sizik's mother, Mara Hopton Lightfoot, in the outer rim area of the city, while the other half focused on searching for Paloma's mother, Pata, who was later learned to be an ambassador to the Sultan of Pajakeen, and they decided to focus on the Korsuk and the Sultan's palace. After both groups made marginal gains, nothing super conclusive though, they did plan to reconvene, but not until a strange interaction with a sandstone wall did befall our group, in which Evadin and Rancor got kind of sucked into whatever lied beyond it. But Paloma dashing away with her sonic boom, gathering her companions and bringing them to investigate, Sizik was able to determine that perhaps Madame Janorum was in some way, shape, or form trapped between realms within the wall. And quickly, Evadin sent the crow, or the raven, named Crow, I should say, in search of the gold dragonborn Mox Flynn, who you had previously sent out to look for Madame Janorum within the city, hoping that she had survived the teleport in some way. But before able to find Mox, instead, Crow returned with news that an airship was docking at the Zakaran Reach, and disembarking were 6 mage fellows, led by a skeletonoid. After Owunul attempted to figure out why these people were here, and they seemed unaffected by any type of interaction, marching straight towards the wall, it was then that the skeletonoid revealed himself to be Trillin of the OTS. And after stepping through the sandstone wall, all of you, Lorem Ipsum, were taken into custody, per se, of the OTS and brought in for interrogation to wherever they teleported you to. But after you answered, at least somewhat truthfully, their questions that they asked, they released you back to Pajakeen, and you landed all together, minus Pura, in the central oasis. Pura, who is elsewhere at the moment, but all of you once again read together. It's now midday here in Pajakeen, and that is where we pick up with Chapter 7, Episode 4. So, it is in the exact moments that we find all of you. What are each of you doing? What are your thought processes? What are your interactions?
Huh. So that just happened.
Did y'all tell him you knew anything about the symbol? Because I didn't.
I don't know anything about the symbol. I'm not lying. I'm telling the truth.
I mean, I told him all that we knew, which was next to nothing.
They asked if I recognized it, and I said no.
Well, that might be...
Well, I guess that's that then.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
They let us go.
We should...
They didn't seem like they were bad people by any means. They were just doing whatever they were doing.
We should probably regroup, figure out all that we know, and then honestly maybe get out of here.
So
Not far. Oh, go ahead. No,
if we're gonna be getting out of here, then the question is then simply, where are we getting out to? Like, do we have a place that's a good lead after this place?
Again, let's regroup and figure that out.
Okay, gotcha. But generally, the idea is to leave.
I think we've maybe overstayed our welcome.
That's fair enough. The wall... yeah, we should leave.
And it is about this point that you realize you're not too terribly far from the sandstone wall that you last left. You know, it was just off the Korsuk in the central oasis, just a little bit. And as all of you are kind of collecting yourselves, again, without Pura, but everyone else is here, you each spot one officer, Mox Flynn, or I should say now ex-officer, Mox Flynn, who has kind of gone up to the wall and is currently standing in the presence of Crow, the Raven, who isn't doing anything, but they're just kind of investigating the wall at the moment. And that is, 300 feet away from you.
Is the wall still the wall, or is it now a wall?
From this distance, hard to tell, but doesn't look any different than when you last saw it.
There is only one way to find out.
I guess, I'm assuming there's just no other of these wizards just around.
No, you do not see any signs of the OTS, no sign of the man who introduced himself as Trillin, and no Janorum.
Okay. I guess we'll just
the
walk
wizards
up.
just interrogated us and then left. Where did they disappear?
Yeah, they
Out of
pulled us.
their alternate dimension, and now we're here.
Yeah, one went in the wall. The rest took us to their secret base or whatever, and then they threw us in the road. And I'm assuming they're just wherever.
That's fair. Okay. Do we investigate the wall? I feel like.
Yeah, I guess we'll go get Mox.
I mean, Mox is over there.
Again, I'll just approach.
I will stay as far away from that wall as I can.
Sure. Altrix, you approach Officer Mox, again, ex-Officer Mox. Just keep calling him Officer, it's fine.
He's
Altrix.
an officer in my heart.
Right. Altrix, I was summoned here by this Raven. I was told that Janorum was here?
Something of the sort.
Like
Looking at the wall, is it?
It looks the same.
The same as in it is still magical and whatnot?
From your initial read-through, yes. It seems to still kind of occasionally ripple.
Well, you see, this here is something that I don't know. Something I don't understand. However, put it simply, we have analyzed this thing, and through it, we have discovered that Janorum has escaped the bounds of reality.
I'm sorry, what?
You see,
clarify?
We were, when you teleport, you kind of step out of your current dimensions of space, and then you just, take a hop, skip, and a leap through something else, and then you end up back into another location within your dimensions of space.
No, you don't. I understand how dimensions work. How did that happen?
Exactly. Yes. As you know, teleport did not go as planned.
Right.
We ended up a little scattered. And it seems that while we all seem to land, at least generally, on this island, Madame Janorum has landed beyond the confines of space.
So she's in another dimension. Or trapped.
In a wall.
Possibly.
He seems
well, not in the wall per se, more so that this wall is a window, so to speak, into wherever it is that she is, that being a place beyond space. You see, again, there's several ways, dimensions,
it's
just a
okay.
way of measuring, and you see she is within
Altrix.
realm of immeasurable space.
Brother,
it's more
please.
so multiple
think he
dimensions of time and
understands.
thought.
Altrix,
Could be dead, but isn't, so that's good.
Okay, stop. I got it. Thank you. Right. So what do we do now?
That's a very
Well,
good question.
Yeah.
The
I
skeleton
don't
jumped
think-
into the wall, said he was going to go save his wife, and
I'm sorry, skeleton?
To
Yes,
be-
floating
clarify-
skull wizard.
No,
not a
he
floating
was-
skull. He was like
there
a
was-
whole
there was no-
skeleton.
the whole skeleton, yes. And
I
he-
didn't quite see the vertebrae, but maybe you're right.
Okay, point being, he was a wizard surrounded by other wizards. I think they said they were from the OJS or whatever.
OTS.
The orange juices?
No,
OJ.
the
Oh, sorry,
Oh.
OTS. My bad. I misremembered.
OTS. That sounds familiar,
I think
actually.
he said his name was Jillin.
OTS.
No, it was Tristan.
It was Tristan.
Anyway, so
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Tristan went into the wall
He
to
said-
recover his wife, which was interesting.
Wife being Janorum.
Yes.
I
Or
assume
the
such.
wall, I guess.
I
You wanted to get the wall back.
mean, based on the
So you have
reports
no
in
idea.
Janorum's,
You have no idea what happened.
Pretty much.
we have little idea what happened. In
Minimal.
any case,
We know how we got there. We know that there is a problem. We do not know how to fix it, and we do not know if the skeleton man, Tristan, is fixing it.
although I will say, based on the contents of Madame Janorum's spellbook, she had made mention of being uncertain of her past and made mentions of a general uncertainty as to whether or not she had any significant others. Now, I'm not one to assume, but normally, if you don't have one, you are aware of that, and you're pretty certain of that.
Oh,
If it helps, I do distinctly recall, for once in my life, bear with me, and I've forgotten it. God damn it.
I'm gonna turn my thinking.
Pain. What was it?
We
No,
were
it
this
was,
close.
Something about stasis.
Oh
The
yeah, she asked
skeleton.
how she got out of how we got her out of stasis.
Yeah. Yeah, that. And
Interesting.
we never really got her out of stasis. We never found her.
I
in
mean, we
stasis.
got her out of the, spasming and time warping thing. Maybe it was that.
Maybe they were referring. Interesting.
Magic is weird, man.
So there's a whole group of people now in play that we previously were not accounted for, and now it's focused on Janorum. This keeps getting more and more complicated.
I mean, as rude as he and his guys were, they were nice enough to just kind of let us go. Like, they abducted us, put us into somewhere else. I couldn't tell you anything about it.
It was a
But
secret base.
yeah, then they just let us out.
I mean, it wouldn't be a secret base if we knew where it was. Now, would it?
I mean, I don't.
Maybe we're in on the secret.
Yeah. In any case, they asked us about the Blue Moon Group. We said we didn't know anything because we kind of really don't.
Interesting.
That was it. Did you... we never got to fully debrief. What did y'all learn?
Well, he obviously.
I say to like Paloma.
Oh, I thought you were talking. About
Okay, I was like, what?
So, we learned that my mom is an ambassador for the Sultan, and there was a shopkeeper that recognized her, and one of her coworkers said that she and Mara went on vacation. They were supposed to go back home to Garei. That was a few weeks ago, though.
So would they be there by now?
I mean, like, distance-wise, yeah, but according to that hobo,
According to that hobo, our
They were
sources
here
of course is.
in the town in Pajakin a few days ago.
I don't think we can trust anything that hobo had to say.
Okay.
Was I here for this hobo? I'm just asking out of character. I don't.
Yes, this is the guy we paid a bunch of money.
No, Owunul wasn't present for that
Oh, right,
interaction.
Was he not?
He hadn't gotten out of the cart yet.
That's right. He was still
He was-
still in the
yeah.
wagon.
I was still sleeping.
Yep.
That's right.
What hobo? But
we
do
Oh.
continue.
we
Do
paid a
continue.
homeless guy a bunch of money, and he gave us information.
Again, I feel like maybe he was bad.
That
We
feels
should
like
have
a bad
killed him there.
investment. That just feels like a bad
Yeah.
investment.
He
Well,
robbed
he
us,
would've-
gave
he
us
gave
a
us
whole
great
bunch of stuff.
information.
We should have killed him. We should have killed him.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just following a different course of action now. I'll put a pause or table the conversation with Janorum. You paid a quote-unquote hobo for information.
I'm as shocked
He
as
said-
you
he
are.
said that he
No.
had information about.
No, I'm not upset that you exchanged money for information. That's a very normal practice. What information did you get?
He told us that my mom and Sizik's mom were seen here a few days ago, and that. Oh shoot! Hold on.
But like, what's a few days mean?
A few days could be
That's
anything.
like 3 days.
3 or 4, I would assume.
Like, yeah, but that's according to like you, a rational person. This is a man who isn't smart enough to get a home. So
Or he's smart enough to not get a home.
he just got 5,000 gold coins.
You paid him 5,000 gold coins.
No, he had just made 5,000 gold coins from someone else, and
Yeah,
then we paid him even more.
So
Or no, did we?
my
It was
mom and
700.
Sizik's mom paid him 5,000 gold to get that package onto the boat,
Oh my god.
and he smuggled it
Why-
onto the boat.
The
And I
airship
don't know. Yeah, the airship. And I don't.
that
know
we
where they got that
found
money.
in Pickle Pines.
Uh-huh.
Okay, well, at least we know it did come from here. It wasn't just a hoax.
Yeah, some correlation does help us to piece those puzzle pieces together a little bit.
In any
Any-
case.
Any other things of note?
Oh,
The
well,
ship was supposed
you
to go
know,
from Elatar Bay to Unipol Port to Agonsvale.
Yes, so with the ship where it is now, it is like kind of off course by like if you were to accidentally turn by a few degrees when you started, that's about where you would end up.
And then he said
Well-
they were also that whenever they came back a few days ago, they were poking around for a file by the name of Akadon. And word came
reason
from
we
a
should have killed him?
correspondent in the Twin Reservoirs.
I'm
And
s-
they
I'm
said they were
sorry.
trying to follow a lead on someone named IKEA.
IKEA?
Yeah, I think it was IKEA.
IKEA. Oh my fucking god.
We need to go
And,
somewhere far more private for this conversation.
again, another reason we should have killed that hobo. Okay. In any case, sounds
But
like,
murder is bad though.
but he was evil.
What do you mean?
He was a bad guy.
You paid him money, he gave you information. What about that exchange was evil?
Oh no, it's yeah. He knows all sorts of stuff. He lied to a child and
Uh-huh.
robbed them of money.
Sure.
He extorted us. Villainy. Any case,
I don't believe that for a second. Moving on, though.
in any case, yes.
As a person who has upheld the law, I don't fully agree with your assumptions, but that's okay.
Let's keep moving.
Right. We need to go somewhere far more quiet to have the conversation, not in the middle of an alleyway.
Well,
Okay, so where do we go? We could. No, I'm not saying that.
yeah.
Okay.
I will say that while we're still on the subject, we, at least me, Owunul, and Sizik, didn't learn a whole lot. We learned that Sizik's father apparently works a construction company now. Apparently in charge of it or something. And
I think
in regards
didn't-
to the
I think
airship,
the man. I just want to. I think the man also said it was like a family business, so that may make it just a little bit more connective.
possibly. As far as the airship is concerned, stopped by Skyrise Guild. Learned that when the ship lost its engine, it was likely between 80 and 100 miles from its crash site. So that would mean that it had veered off course prior to losing power.
And Mox begins kind of walking and talking with all of you. Uh, I think this is a quite obvious assumption that we're going to base everything going forward off of, but I don't believe that the crash was natural or intentional. I
Yes.
would definitely
You don't
believe
think it was
that.
natural or intentional.
Well, here's the thing.
Right.
It was-
Like they didn't. The crash. The people on board likely did not crash their ship intentionally.
Right.
Therefore, eliminating those hypotheses, we are left with a theory of hijacking.
Hijacking or natural cause, but
the
given
thing is, based on this, that means the ship was off course and then lost its engine.
right. So
If it was hijacked, that would be a very likely theory.
but if it was
However,
just
if
some
it was
kind of technical
hijacked, why would they
error-
then kill the engine? If they were steering it off course, that means they had the control of the ship.
Well, they steer it off
I
course to
don't-
get to where the. Okay, here's a hypothesis. They steer it off course just so that it's harder to find, and then they cut the engines because, of course, they don't want the thing to survive. They want it to plummet and die, essentially. So they're just
Why would
trying to
they-
get rid of evidence. They're trying to put it in a spot where no one's going to find it. But unfortunately, they might have miscalculated, and it ended up near Pickle Pines where people saw it, which was a
Exactly.
problem.
If they wanted to get rid of evidence, wouldn't they crash it in the ocean?
The ocean is very far away.
Not from.
Not based
Pine.
on its original course.
Interesting.
It might
They
have been
could've-
so far for the
If it
airship.
was hijacked, then the hijackers would have had to have known the route the ship was taking, and also had a very specific reason to cause the ship to go off course. It's possible that while on board there was perhaps a struggle, as we all witnessed. You know, perhaps the hijackers didn't intend to veer the ship off course, but that was done by the crew, and in the struggle, you know, no one may have been tending to the engine. But that's a very specific hypothesis. It's also just possible that a string of natural events occurred.
String
or,
of
like-
unfortunate events, one might say.
Yes, a series of unfortunate events, one might say. Or as Owunul put it also very well could have been that they were intentionally trying to crash an airship in Pickle Pines, and it just happened to have been spotted by the locals. But regardless, figuring out the intentions don't particularly help us right now.
You have
And it's
a-
about this time that all of you are rounding out into the Korsuk again, kind of headed back towards the Nightlight Spire. That is the inn that all of you stayed in. That you kind of bump into Pura as he's coming out of the Dunevale headquarters.
Oh,
Oh, hey, what's up, dude?
Hey, how are y'all?
Could be better, could be worse.
Are you- you all right?
Yeah, I'm just great.
Do we smell alcohol on his breath?
When do you not?
You know, I just kind
Do
of
we
like
smell fresh alcohol? on
Yeah,
this
dude.
breath?
I don't know, Pura, do they?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Damn, that's crazy.
You know, what have y'all been up to?
Well, we've been gathering information. We regrouped. We found ex-officer Mox Flynn, and talked about.
He's right there.
Mox is fine. You don't have to
Oh.
keep insulting me.
Okay, sorry. I wasn't trying to insult you. I promise, sir. I meant no disrespect.
No, I'm aware. It's almost like there's some divine force that keeps forgetting that I'm not an officer anymore.
No, that
What?
makes no sense.
No.
You're right. That's
Um,
absolutely ridiculous.
That just doesn't make sense. There's no way. There's no way. What did we do? So yeah, we talked with Mox about basically all the information we've gotten about Madame Janorum, about the airship, and just been sharing information both ways. That's what we've been doing.
To be more specific, Cleo has allegedly been trapped in between dimensions, not on our plane of existence, and your friends were captured by high-level wizards.
The OJS.
Oh, is
Yes,
that
the
why?
orange
Is
juices.
that why she had her little fit like a while ago? We had to go take her to
The two.
the temple.
We
I know.
Yeah.
The two
Don't,
might be related. We don't quite know yet.
But now she's a wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a wall now.
Why?
Yeah,
Not
she's a wall
exactly,
now.
but
That's the simplistic explanation that still makes kind of sense. So yes.
Where is the wall?
don't worry about it. It's a mean wall.
Oh,
And
does it hurt you?
one of the high level wizards,
Rancor?
from the OJS, went into the wall, and I think we think
Rancor?
that he may be trying to help them.
Yeah.
Oh,
In any case,
It all makes no sense.
we all need to keep moving.
sounds like y'all are all drunk too. Oh,
No,
Man.
I'm just high on
Yep.
life, bro.
All right. So, Paloma, do we know if your mom is still here or in Garei?
I have no idea. I can't. She's not at. If she's here, she hasn't shown up for work in weeks.
Wait. So hold on. It just something just clicked for me. Something here doesn't make sense. So the hobo said that both of your moms had been here a few days ago.
Mhm.
But if she hasn't shown up for work in weeks, then what has she been doing here in all that time?
Right?
Exactly.
Right.
Everything would seem that they. Again, I think that guy scammed us. I think he just knew some buzzwords that threw him at us. I don't think he really knew anything.
what does she look like again? Do we know what she looks like?
Do we know who looks like?
Who your mom looks like? Of course.
Well, her mom probably looks like a slightly
Like
taller
exactly
version
like
of her.
you?
Not
Or
exactly like me, but like a lot.
So
like the
I
same
got-
color?
Yeah. I
Feathers?
got mistaken
No.
for her earlier today.
okay, so basically a lot like you. Got it.
So just
Yeah, one of the
Paloma.
shopkeepers
Tall.
told her that, thought that I was my mom. But when I
Mhm.
told her that my mom was my mom, she said that my mom never said she had any kids. So,
Oh.
and her
Ow.
coworkers, one of the coworkers that we talked to, apparently she never told them about me either. So,
Well, maybe it's just to keep you safe. You
That
know,
is a
so that
possible-
she's not connected.
yeah, probably.
Right, guys? Yeah.
Did you just wink at me?
Nope. That wasn't me.
Kira?
He winked with both eyes. It was really weird.
It was very strange.
How come you
Um,
never do
regardless.
that, Altrix? You just never wink. The eyes are just open all the time.
In any case.
Regardless, I'm going to get us an extended another night here in the Nightlight Spire.
Ooh, that actually.
I know it's midday, but
No. But what I'm saying is, if we were looking for a spot to settle down and have a more private discussion, a hotel room would work, probably.
that's what
Well-
I was thinking. So we should probably do that.
Let's make our way there. Although, I don't know if we
we're
should.
traveling, if our intent is to travel to Garei, we should probably do it at night anyways, because it's the desert.
That isn't a bad idea.
We may freeze, but that's a better risk to take than dying to heat stroke. So.
Well, I at least have warmth on me.
Well, you're probably enjoying this weather, huh?
Kira
Ish.
says it's 130 degrees outside.
The sand is a little much. In any case, let's get that sorted.
We can go to the bar if we want. I bet it's cooler in there.
Respectfully, no.
Oh,
I feel like
Yikes.
of all the times I've been in bars, most of those times have not ended well for me or my horse. And no.
I mean, in all, like we've already kind of discussed everything. I guess it's just a matter of trying to find Paloma's mother, whether she's here
Sizik's mom.
in Garei, in between the
Right.
two.
Well, it's a 10-day journey between here and there.
Oh god.
And if she left a few days ago, depending upon your definition of a few days ago, she'd be like halfway there.
We would have
But
to
if she
go
left 2
very,
weeks
very
ago,
fast.
whenever her coworkers think she left, she'd already be there.
I mean,
Can we take an airship?
Do we know how she left? By airship, by horse, anything?
We do not. No, I forgot to
Um,
ask that. Great question.
I did stop by the Zakaran Reach while looking for Janorum in case she had stopped by, and did take a moment to study some airship maps. And I know I've given you all a copy before. There is not a skyport elsewhere on this island of Eprajan except for here. So it's unlikely, unless you took a private vessel, that anybody went there.
I got an idea. What
Oh,
if we
boy.
just have the airship go over the place we're supposed to go, and then we just jump out?
No, I'm not jumping out of an airship again.
We
I
got
will.
Featherfall.
I'll do it.
in
Oh, yeah.
any case, I don't think an airship just pulling up on someplace would be
Subtle.
subtle.
And then a bunch of people
Right.
jumping out of it.
Yeah.
You can
Pros and cons is that
try no trace.
We
pros,
can
it's fast. Cons, it is not subtle.
we can easily get some of those sand dolphins or whatever to maybe get us
So I
there.
was thinking they were quite impressive creatures.
Oh, I think we should, if we do go there, we should ask if they've seen your mother. Because, well, she may have taken a sand dolphin, and if they've seen her, then they would know best what time she left.
Oh, Owunul.
What?
We did that. Me and you. We went there. We went there,
Okay.
and they
All
said
right.
they didn't know.
All right, yeah, I remember now. I remember now.
He's got memory loss.
In any case, even if we do get to Garei and
What's a memory?
her mother isn't there, I could only assume that perhaps her father is, or Sizik's.
Should be.
Maybe. At this point, who knows?
I mean, at the end of the day, if Sizik's father has this company, they would likely have some sort of building there.
And maybe he has a way to contact her, or something.
Oh, maybe.
All very fair assumptions. By the way, I have gotten us one more night here at the Nightlight Spire. All of your room keys will be the same rooms, but if we should go to at least one of them and continue a more in-depth, thorough conversation in private.
Yes. Let's do that.
I mean, is there anything else to discuss?
Let's just.
Do we want
I
to
have-
spend like any
I
time
have some
searching?
questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
I probably don't have answers.
That's
we're
okay.
gonna find out. Knowing what we don't know is half the battle, as they say.
And all of you go up. Mox offers his room, and all of you kind of enter into that space. He sits down in one of the chairs and just rubs his temple for a moment before looking all of you over, contemplating his life choices perhaps that led to this moment, before initiating the conversation further. So, the hobo that you got information from was employed to smuggle whatever thing was missing from that box on board.
Mhm.
Did he know anything about that thing?
No.
Okay, next question. Since that is inconclusive, no worries. I have plenty. You said Akadon and Daikia.
Oh, it was
Both of
Daiki.
both of those are not something people just toss around. How? You said correspondent
wait,
in the
that's
twins?
Your mom, right, Altrix?
Yes.
Again, I don't know if we can trust him with what he knows.
Oh, this is information
Yeah,
that
but
came
where
from the
else-
hobo.
Where else would he? Yes. Where else would he have gotten that name?
I don't know. I think this guy may have been a spy. So maybe he's
No,
throwing us off the
no.
trail. Maybe that's why
Paloma-
he's the only source that says your mom is still here. I feel like he's just trying to...
Paloma said correspondent in the twins, correct?
Twin reservoirs.
Yes, as in the twin reservoirs. Who in the twin reservoirs would know about that information? Because I can think of 3.
Can we talk to the 3?
Isn't that where Onyx is?
Right. Onyx, the Chancellor, and her father.
So,
And it is to my assumption and knowledge that we have communicated with all 3 of those individuals.
so to ask, so you have questions for these individuals, I might assume.
No, I want to know which one would have given information about Akadon and Daikia. Or, side note, if any of you would know of anyone else other than those 3 people that might have that information.
There was the hotel lady.
Oh
What
god.
hotel lady?
Oh god, not her.
She was a Tony-like entity. I think it was how Rancor
Tony
described her.
I never
Um,
met Tony, so that doesn't help.
Information dealer. Criminal.
Was that one in Hydrovexin? Hydrovexin? No.
Hydroxylvexin.
Hydroxylvexin, there we go.
Yes.
Yes.
So that is a possibility. Other than that, I mean, there was, again, writings from members of the group that we hunted down mentioning secret government projects, alluding to Akadon. It could be perhaps that group just has more info now.
It would really suck if we somehow, by accident, ended up collecting info for them, wouldn't it?
I mean, here's the thing. The 3 people in Hydroxylvexin. One wouldn't be hunting down my mom. Another,
That is who?
the Magister.
Okay, Grand Magister Rowanlin. Likely.
I at least have a pair of eyes on the Chancellor, so should anything suspicious come up, we'll get notification there. And that leaves one who I've already voiced my suspicions about.
But Onyx is not in the Twin Reservoirs currently, and has not been for a number of weeks now.
I mean,
Didn't he go up north to
He's in Provenary right now.
Provenary? Yeah.
I want to double back on for a moment. You have eyes on the Chancellor?
Oh yeah, what does that mean, by the way?
Care to elaborate on that?
oh, yes, pull out the Sending Stone. I've given a Sending Stone to the Chancellor's assistant, and they are keeping an eye on them for me.
Why?
Is she the one
Well-
who called you cute?
Oh,
Cute!
yes.
You have a girlfriend?
I'm not sure. I
Oh god.
hold on. Pulls out a notepad, writes that down of questions to ask.
So she's
and then-
spying on the Chancellor for you?
Well, I figured after we discovered their plot to, replace members of government, I figured it might be a good idea to have someone keep an eye on the Chancellor to see if perhaps they got replaced with a mechanical.
Huh. And never mind.
I'm sorry. Did you vet the high attendant of the Chancellor to make sure that they were not a mechanical?
Yes.
How?
Okay.
I'm just genuinely curious. Like, how would you vet someone to see if they were mechanical or not? Do you have like a Turing
I don't know.
test or
What
I
is
mean,
that?
generally, the mechanicals,
A
radiate
Turing
with
test.
nearly every form of magic. And they didn't.
Oh,
So,
man, it would really suck if they developed a way to hide the magic, though. Now, wouldn't it?
I
That
mean,
would be
isn't that not
unfortunate.
what we stopped with the Binds of Rhyme? Stop them from masking themselves?
Huh.
Fair.
Okay.
Not out of a theory, sure. Okay. So, just to recap, Paloma's mother and Sizik's mother are connected to this Blue Moon group. We don't know their whereabouts. We don't know what that connection actually is, or what that group even stands for. Separate to that, we have Akadon.
The OJs said that they believed the Blue Moon group had been infiltrated.
Okay, so
What are the
Okay.
results of that?
right, I have no idea.
They were just
I
like,
don't
"Tell us
know.
if you have any information. We think they've been infiltrated."
Okay.
Okay, I mean that's fair. I don't know how you would know that, or myself would know that, but that's fine. But we've got the Blue Moon group, and your mother's, possibly, and we have Akadon, and Daikia, and some correspondent in the Twin Reservoirs. We have
And
another
the-
organization that exists that you have already stopped once, but found documentation supporting existing in other places.
And we also have the wizard group of the OJS.
Right.
OTS,
And
but
I'm pretty sure it was the OJS.
I will admit
Okay, Owunul.
OTS does sound more familiar to me than OJS, but either
it doesn't
way.
I might be
matter.
wrong. I might be wrong.
Mean
It's
Wizard
fine.
Group.
Mean wizard group.
Right.
We should call them the MWG for Mean Wizard Group.
Anyway. We are left with, again, a lot of open ends right now.
Right.
And I really think that perhaps finding Paloma's mom to figure out what exactly they know would be our best bet right now.
Okay. So, in accordance with that plan, we also need to plan for the outcomes of a situation like that. One, if we do find Paloma and Sizik's mothers, what then? If they are, sure, they might be willing to provide information to us, but what if they are not willing to provide information to us? What if it becomes hostile? I highly doubt Paloma and Sizik would want to engage with their own mothers.
We could
So-
Become
kidnap them.
hostile. No,
We could,
it'll be
just
fine.
use the rug and,
I'm not saying they will
Invite them.
become hostile, Paloma. I'm simply asking what happens if they do.
I mean, in that case, they would be bad, right?
No,
No.
no. Altrix, no. No.
we could just use the rug.
If they become
Right.
hostile,
I mean,
debilitate,
Paloma, if we
do
show
not
up
kill.
and your mom tries to punch you, you can't tell me they're not bad.
Well, okay, first of all, in some cultures that's a
She
greeting.
wouldn't- She wouldn't do that. First of all,
I again, we are doing a hypothetical where if that did happen.
well, I don't know.
Counter argument, you can plan for hypotheticals all day. If it's not likely to happen, then planning for it doesn't usually do anything.
Okay,
Well-
that's also a fair point. So, back to a more likely hypothetical. Okay, we find them or we don't find them. What happens if we do not find them?
Yeah, what do we do then? Huh?
That's what
well,
I'm asking you. What did you do
again,
then?
search for fathers as other traces of them in Garei.
Oh, we do have the Mason, can I make a history check to remember the name of the building company?
Sure.
Is Lightfoot.
Yep, that's it.
Oh.
It's Lightfoot.
It's literally
Oh,
named
well,
after him.
all right, never mind then. Lightfoot Builders, wasn't it?
Yeah, Lightfoot Builders or Lightfoot Construction.
Lightfoot Construction.
As I was saying, if we find the fathers, Lightfoot Construction, we might be able to continue our search from there.
So just to clarify,
I think if we don't find them, then we should give up on this entirely and go to Aidan, like we told Pura we would.
Why would we go to Aidan?
And why would we give up?
Wanted to go there. I don't know why.
Oh, because one of the 3 or 4 what was it, big items, I think, was in
Oh, right, one
Aidan.
of the artifacts, right?
Yeah, one of our artifacts, yeah.
Okay, so if we can't find, so we have, here's our plan so far. Try to find the mothers, try to find the fathers, try to get information from either of them if we can, and failing that, or because of it, maybe it ties something else together, we go and we pursue the other spot, the other red circle on the map that we got from Tony. That sound good to everyone? It seems like a solid plan to me.
I mean, the tail end might be open to alterations, but
Yes.
the first couple, yes. Sure.
Yeah, we're just trying to plan for the near future, not the far future. That's unpredictable.
Fair enough. Finally, one last question. What would you like me to do? Would you like me to accompany you to Garei, or would you like me to stay here?
There's a benefit to you staying here if she comes back or something, I guess.
I mean, if you want to, keep a lookout for Madame Genorum or look into this OTS group.
I can do that. Just know that if you decide to leave the continent of Kilauea, I do not have any means of transportation other than an airship back to Phenorbia, as we have lost our only source of transport. I don't even know how you'll return to, but...
I mean, barring finding some other source of teleportation, I guess we'll just be back here to take an airship.
I don't know about this. I don't know about this place specifically.
That would take even longer.
But I think back in oh god, I have to remember this. Back in ye old hometown of I don't remember.
Frontero?
Frontero,
thank you. Back in Frontero, we didn't have airships and horses didn't always fit on the streets. And the city was so big that sometimes they would use teleportation circles to get around. So maybe if we look for like a wizard shop or something, they might have a teleportation circle.
Perhaps. If anything, that would be here in Pajakin, though.
Fair
Right,
enough.
so we check around here first, maybe?
Yeah. I mean, we can spend the rest of the day searching the city just in case they are still here.
To be thorough?
And then tonight we'll make way for Garei.
Yeah, but what do we
That makes
do? What do
sense.
we tell Pura or what? Evadin and Rancor.
They're right here, so...
Oh, they've been so quiet. I didn't notice.
Yes. They must be really tired. Yeah, I will just be there on the sled, very quiet still, I guess.
That's crazy.
Crazy.
Okay. So we're going as one group, or are we splitting up again?
It may be beneficial to go as one group here, just in case.
Okay,
I have a question.
sure.
For who?
Pura, are you okay? You sound different.
Oh yeah, I just
He's intoxicated.
I mean,
He's-
yeah,
no,
I
no,
also
that-
met with Arden and talked about things from our past, and it kind of got me a little emotional. And then I wanted to get a drink, and then now I'm here. So just
So he's more drunk than normal.
great.
Got it.
It was a pretty tough conversation, but yeah.
Huh.
With only like the last remaining survivors of my entire hometown, and it was.
Oh.
If you survived and you didn't know, couldn't there be other people who survived and you don't know?
2 people survived.
Yeah.
It's quite possible that more
you
survived.
Don't under the horrors of that day. I just feel like it's very unlikely.
Well, I am gonna go try and see if we can source teleportation here in the city. If y'all want to keep searching or care to join me,
I'm
Have
gonna
at
go with Altrix to look for teleportation circles.
I would not to tell you what to do, because we're a little past that point. But if you do plan to leave for travels this evening, I would suggest also getting some before you depart.
Somewhat.
yes, Sleep.
Rest.
Oh
Sleep.
yeah.
Yes, just quick poke around.
Oh, it's
See if we can
midday
find
right
anything.
now, so a quick look around. If we find something, great. If we don't, we turn in for a good 8 hours. We wake up and it's like nighttime. We go find some way to leave,
Sure.
and then we go.
Fair enough.
I mean, hey, if we do find teleportation, perhaps that's how Paloma's mother was here just a few days ago.
It would make sense.
Yeah, but there's not a teleportation circle in Garei.
That we know of. I mean, okay, if she's okay, your mother seems to be a very secretive woman.
She had
it's-
5,000 gold.
It's very, very possible that she privately hired a wizard if there is not a teleportation circle in Garei.
She's part of the government, had 5,000 gold to give to a hobo. I don't think we can put anything past her at this point.
Like if we don't find one, then just maybe.
Yeah, it's worth a look.
Yeah.
All right, so Owunul and Altrix will go look for a teleportation circle. Anybody else have any plans? I'm also available to assist anyone if they require it.
Well, we said we were thinking about getting those dolphins, right?
Yeah. Alternative travel.
So
Have
good.
have y'all asked any of the barkeeps yet, or any?
We
Uh,
haven't
You know,
been
we
to
usually
any
got some
bars
good
that I know of.
information.
Well, so
We-
we asked one of the a baker in the Central Sook. But no, other than that.
Me and Owen asked one and they knew nothing.
To be fair, that was only one. He could have been like off shift or something.
Think
I don't know how they operate. So.
Can I take out a pen and paper, or something to write with, and paper, and do a sketch of Paloma?
Sure. Make a, let's just do a general dexterity check. Unless you have proficiency with calligraphy
He's
tools.
drunk.
Or,
And he's
or
trying to
artist
draw.
tools.
He's drunk and he's
Uh,
trying to
Is there
draw.
any way I can assist him in this?
If you have proficiency in
Pose.
calligraphy or painting,
No.
then yes, but if not.
I don't know how you can help a
Wait,
drunk man draw.
Hold on. Pura, wait. You can borrow this. And I will pull out the little statue that we used to teleport here in the first place. Or that we used to teleport to Straxorus, actually.
Yeah.
I will pull out that.
Okay.
You can borrow this. Just be careful with it.
Oh, you can like trace an
Oh,
outline of
ew.
that or something.
No, I carved that. It's my mom. So.
No, I'm saying that he could trace an outline of it.
I will guard it with my life.
I don't think he's in a state to do any tracing.
I think I might want to do this for him.
He doesn't
I
need to
don't
trace
think-
it.
no.
He can borrow
He-
it. It is a carving.
Oh,
that-
oh, oh. I'm sorry. I was still focused on getting a drawing. I didn't realize
Yep.
that
Okay.
this eliminated the need for a drawing at all.
Yeah. Let's go, Owunul.
All right.
All right. Point of order: Owunul and Altrix are going to search for a teleportation circle. The rest
So-
of you.
Sizik, you want to come with me to maybe see if we can rent some dolphins or something?
Sure.
Okay. And Pura, what are you doing?
My plan is to go to bars and ask them if they've seen the bird, like the statue, or like the barkeep.
All right. Sounds like all of you have this covered, so I will try to find a library and investigate this OTS. So, again, midday, around 1 o'clock, each of you depart the Nightlight Spire with various tasks to do, hoping to seek a little bit of rest prior to heading out this evening. So, no particular order. Which group would like to go first?
I think we should go first.
Sure.
Just to
Okay.
make it simple. No
All right.
decisions
Altrix,
needed.
sure. Altrix and Owunul, you leave the Nightlight Spire, exit onto the Advisor's Terrace, which is the area that you're in, the very down once again to the Korthals and the Central Oasis, looking for teleportation circles or any indicator of that kind of magic prominence. What are you doing to search for them?
Looking around, looking at if there are any store signs. We're looking at those because I imagine given that this place is in the middle of a desert, they would like to advertise prominently that they have teleportation circles, because I feel like that would be a commodity that this place is in need of.
Also,
they'd probably-
towers. Wizards are always in towers.
Yeah, wizards always be up in towers and stuff.
Sure.
We're profiling wizards here.
That's okay. It's not necessarily wrong most of the time. Other than the Nightlight Spire and the Sultan's Palace, the ziggurat that stands at absolutely the highest point in the city, there are a number of other towers that dot both the center of the city and also the outer wall and outer rim area. None look particularly wizard in nature. Just on first glance, they're just, either storage towers. Some of them are, universities, various functions. But go ahead and give me, both of you can make an investigation check, as you're particularly searching for one thing.
All right, we'll see how that goes.
It's up to you, Owunul.
I'm gonna use a luck point on it. Wait, do I have any luck points right now? I don't think
I don't think
I-
so, because it's the same day.
Yeah.
I think you've used all of them.
Yeah.
What did I use them on again? No, it's not important. It's not important. We'll just roll. Great then.
Altrix, are you rolling?
Yeah, I rolled. I didn't do it.
Not bad.
Okay.
Are you telling me I got a better roll than you?
Maybe I got an 8.
I did get a better roll than you. I got a 17.
17. Altrix looks at some sandstone and goes, wow, this is really unique in its design and carving, but nothing of note. However, right next to that, there is a kind of an arched pathway. You go beyond the textiles, and the textiles kind of fade into greenery and various hanging gardens as large ferns and vines drape through. Very much, a luscious area in the middle of the desert, kind of the theme of the oasis. But just off the Korthals, Owunul, you kind of push through these shrubbery and greenery, and find this is actually a pathway that kind of winds its way behind some of the shops here in the Korthals, and actually to a rather impressive door, and written over it in the common language, in almost this pulsating blue, light blue coloration, is the words, "The Arcane Oasis."
Hey, stop looking at the stones for a second. This place looks interesting.
Oh,
I
might do it.
It's ironic
Is it?
The person with -1 intelligence rolled high.
Yeah. Oh, well, I guess if anywhere would.
Yeah. All right. We walk into the Arcane Oasis, pushing past the bead curtains that are lining the door, perhaps.
Sure. And enter into a large antechamber. A chandelier hangs from the ceiling of multiple, 3 or 4 stories at least that are visible, of some kind of university library that you've stepped into. And there's no front desk exactly, but just a person walking by, a tabaxi, walks up to the two of you. Welcome to the Arcane Oasis, folks. Are you looking for something in particular?
What do you have in terms of teleportation?
We have quite a bit of teleportation. Are you looking for a scroll, a book, a class, perhaps?
Ooh, actually, a scroll might not be a bad idea.
Scroll, artifact, just kind of general options.
And also, we were wondering if you had any, like, set up teleportation circles in here and knew of any in, what's that place we were
I
going
guess
to?
just around the island.
Yeah.
We do have a teleportation circle set up, but to my knowledge, it is restricted to faculty only.
Okay, that's fine. Do you know of any other ones in the city or on the island?
We don't particularly keep tabs on that, and that's unfortunately not something that myself would know. I'm just a librarian.
I see.
That's fair.
So
But
is
if
it?
you need more assistance, I can perhaps direct you to someone that might answer your questions better.
I mean, if you
Perhaps.
just- I mean, if you don't have the information, then you just kind of don't have it, and that's fine.
Yeah. Though
the
I will
scroll?
ask, are we allowed to ask, teleportation circles typically are connected to the other circles if you are unaware of what else there is? Do you know where that circle goes to?
Well, teleportation circles are technically linked to other circles, but it's a little bit more complicated than that. Instead, the caster must be familiar with a sigil sequence that matches that teleportation circle. So as so long as a wizard is familiar with another circle in the destination they wish to achieve, then they could teleport to a teleportation circle in that location.
I see.
So technically,
I see.
all teleportation circles are connected thanks to the tapestry.
Gotcha.
That was a lot of very long words.
I
Don't worry
apologize.
about it. The answer is, yeah.
Do we just so
Tell you what. Owunul, if you want to poke around and try and find any teleportation artifacts, see what they have to offer.
Yeah, I'll
Ma'am.
look for scrolls and artifacts.
Yeah,
what do
if you
what do
could point me towards someone who perhaps knows a little bit more about your teleportation circle and might be able to answer some questions for me.
Of course, I'll have to see if they're available, but I will take you up there.
Thank you.
Sir,
And-
and he gestures to you, Owunul. Please, let me show you to our gift shop.
A gift shop with teleportation scrolls sounds like my kind of
Oh.
gift shop.
Of course, we pride ourselves in... we call it a gift shop, but it is more just an arcane store embedded in our university.
But calling it a gift shop is more fun.
Exactly.
Because
Thank
I mean,
you. It's
everything
humor.
could be a gift. It's to encourage
Exactly.
a sense of community. You know,
I like your thinking.
you should hire me for your advertising.
Unfortunately, our staff, or at least unfortunately for you, or fortunately for us, all of us completely booked, but thank you.
Ducks. Yeah, I will walk over to the gift shop while the librarian leads Altrix to someone who can help him better.
You venture into the gift shop just after general perusing what they offer. And I say gift shop, again, it is more scrolls, artifacts, things that are just arcane in nature. you realize that everything in here is incredibly pricey. The scroll of teleport that you need access to is about 40,000 gold pieces.
Oh. Oh.
Damn, inflation's crazy.
I am short by 39,500 essentially.
Yeah. It's okay. And the
Oh.
artifacts that, and that's one-time use. The artifacts that let you teleport
No,
on multiple
no,
occasions are
I
even
don't-
more expensive.
Do they at least have those like magnetic rocks that all the gift shops tend to have?
Of course. They have different like runic symbols on them. And then when you like line them up, they like connect together. So they're not magnetized, but they act as magnets when you pair the symbols up.
I see. Duly noted. Duly noted.
Uh,
So how much does a? Never mind. Not important. Not important.
you can ask.
Uh,
It's okay.
How much would a wizard make? Like okay. So making a spell scroll, that's pretty pricey. I get that. But if I were to, just gonna go up to a store clerk and ask. So if there's like a wizard, and they're casting teleport, because that's a lot easier than making a scroll, would it be
Sure.
cheaper?
Yes, you can rationalize that would be correct.
So how much cheaper is my question?
You walk up to the score clerk, like you said, and sometimes we offer teleportation circles and services for 5 to 10,000 gold pieces.
Oh no. Oh. Okay. All right. I'm just gonna leave. Or no, wait. I'm gonna go wait in the. I'm gonna go and stare at the books that I can't read because what's reading?
Sure. There are again multiple floors of books that you can just grab.
Oh,
but if
actually, maybe I'll do the smart thing and look for like stuff we need.
sure.
Is there any kind of like business almanac or dictionary for businesses? Because I'm trying to look up the Lightfoot Construction Company to see just history,
Yeah.
anything about them.
Yeah, you can. I wouldn't necessarily call it a business almanac, but I know what you're going for. Yes, some kind of ledger of
Phone book.
some kind of ledger of businesses or companies. Yes, I'm sure that does exist, and you can find one pretty easily. But I will come back to you as we
Yeah.
back
of
over
course,
to Altrix. Altrix, you are climbing a series of stairs that kind of just wraps around this tower. And again, you remember seeing this building on the out. Didn't look particularly impressive, but looks can be deceiving, as the interior is far nicer and lavish than what the outside portrays. You're led up to one of the upper floors, though, and the tabaxi speaks with another tabaxi, receptionist of some kind. And after they exchange a bit of dialogue on hushed tones, he turns back around to look at you. The provost will be available in approximately 30 minutes, if you don't mind waiting.
I guess I'm not doing anything better right now.
I do apologize for the delay. She is quite busy.
Alright. I'll just
Very well.
wait.
Okay. All right. In the meantime, Owunul, after reading through this business ledger, go ahead and give me a general D20 roll. You don't have to add any
All right.
modifiers to it.
Yep. I rolled my pirate dice and I don't know what this symbol means. Oh, that's a 20.
Natural 20?
Yeah, no, it rolled right on the crossbones, and then I didn't know.
Solid.
I went to the other side. There's a 1, which means this has to
Yep.
just be the
Yeah,
20.
cool. Very nice. Yeah, okay. It doesn't take you long, probably 30 minutes or so for
Me
convenience
am
sake.
very smart.
Yes, and you are able to locate the Fenton Lightfoot Construction Company.
How do you spell Fenton?
Fenton.
Oh, I spelled it right. That's a first.
Yes.
More like Mason spelled it right.
Shut up.
No, you have to remember, this is my character's father. I spelled it.
I
Yeah.
mean,
Correct.
So,
Um,
I know how to spell things normally. Thank
hey,
you.
Mason ixnayed one of my spellings.
It's the
Did he really?
Fenton construction company.
Be quiet. Anyway, the Fenton Lightfoot Construction Company builds, commercial businesses, mostly focuses on homes. Says that it is based out of a country called Mustus.
Is that Mustus?
Yes. Also, you just think about it for a moment, and kind of with a natural 20, you can cross-reference some information. That country does not exist anymore. It was destroyed in the penultimate.
Oh.
Yeah.
So either these are outdated records or they're just fucking gone.
Yes.
Piss. Can I find out which of those is the
Which
of
one is
those
that? Is theories is correct?
did the company just fucking die, or are they still alive somewhere else and just the records
Yeah.
never got updated?
With that natural 20, it definitely seems like the penultimate kind of squashed that business endeavor. And therefore it's like it's a historical company that probably doesn't operate anymore. If they do, it's not recorded in this ledger.
Well, we still crossed out one of the leads we had. Even if it's not the outcome that was preferable, it is still an outcome that leads us to knowing a little bit more. Or at the very least, wasting less time in the future. So I'm alright with this. I'll just wait in the library from then on for Altrix to get back from his thing. Which, given he's got to wait 30 minutes, that's
Yeah. I'm going to say it took you about 30 minutes to do all of this researching, which is pretty fast for, a research project. And so Altrix, about the time that Owunul finishes, we cut back to you, who has been sitting on just like a very low-lying kind of velvet blue couch. And you are kind of summoned by the tabaxi receptionist into the post. As you walk in, an elvish woman dressed in very nice-looking purple robes definitely gives an appearance like a mage or a wizard of some kind. Looks very high of station, is conversing with a number of other people, likely that they just finished some kind of meeting, and those people are kind of exiting the room, and soon enough it is just you left in this large executive suite. Not quite her office, but like a conference room of some kind. Hello, Sugar. What can I do for you?
Oh. Take it, you're the authority to speak to when it regards the use of your summoning circle?
Yes, sir. The name's
Or
Vizani
teleportation
Kestrel.
circle. Ah. Pleasure to meet you. My name is Altrix.
Pleasure to meet you as well.
Just kind of trying to search for someone. Just was wondering if perhaps they might have come through here. A woman by the name of Pata in Arakocra.
Would you be referring to Ambassador Potter?
Yes.
I see. No, she has not come through here.
Ah.
Actually, only spoken to her one time.
Really? And do you know roughly when that was?
Oh, we spoke several years ago.
Ah.
I see you occasionally in passing when I am advising the Sultan. Exchange a couple of looks, but no words are to be exchanged. Our business is most definitely exclusive.
I understand. Do you happen to recall the last time you saw her?
Oh, yeah, she would have been at the Sultan's meeting, and the Advisor Council been weeks ago or so now.
Great. Oh. Well. Alright then. I suppose that just kind of covers everything, really.
See. And you were asking use of my teleportation circles.
I mean, perhaps I was more so concerned about if she had perhaps come by and used them.
I see.
I guess, though, while I am here, what would it take for one to perhaps make use of that service?
Well, you're quite a nice young man from my initial gauge. And quite respectful, I'll give it that. So I think we could give you access, depending on where you need it. Prices would typically start about.
I see. Okay. That's, I guess, makes sense. Well, we don't have any specific locations right now, nor are we, as my group, certain if we will need such a service, though I do appreciate that you have allowed it to be on the table.
Of course, happy to assist.
I believe that just about covers it. Don't want to take up too much of your time. Thank you.
You have a great day, young man.
I'll head up.
Okay, you exit back down into the main library, find Owunul, and exit the Arcane Oasis.
As we're walking back, I kind of like start up a conversation. I'm like, okay, so their teleportation scrolls, first of all, far too expensive for me. What was it, like 40,000 or something?
Yes.
And then the artifacts that were reusable were even more expensive. But hiring a wizard would be cheaper, but still quite expensive. So
Yes.
that and one other thing. So I was just kind of just sitting there after the gift shop, so I kind of just like got to look in and actually found a business ledger that so the Fenton Lightfoot Construction Company, it's a construction company. It was based out of a country called Mustus, which as of the penultimate does not exist. And I have found no other records of the construction company since then, so it seems like they aren't around anymore, which means that's kind of a dead lead at this point.
I mean, that sucks. Though, that fellow at the Skyrise Guild mentioned that their home was built by that company. And if that, I would assume that, in the penultimate, most homes across the whole, I don't know, at least Paloma led me to believe that basically everything was destroyed. So again, it could, perhaps be a surviving structure, or perhaps
it might have been from before. It might be from after. We would have to go to that person and ask again how long ago their house was built to get that information.
I suppose. All right. Well, I've figured out that at least Paloma's mom had not come through here, though if we are in desperate need for teleportation, we can come here for that.
What pricing did the person give you for such services?
It's hard to say because Mason cut out, but it looked like he said 5,000.
I was gonna say something earlier.
Sorry, it's 5,000 gold pieces.
Okay, yeah, that's what it looked like.
And that was, and did you mention that it wasn't going to be just you? And it was in fact going to be a group of people?
Again, they said 5,000 dependent. So again, it's not ideal, but
I think we should probably stick with the Sand Dolphins.
Well, as far as getting to Garei, though, I'm thinking perhaps if we need to get off at Prajan, that wouldn't be a terrible alternative.
That's true. If we want to go from continent to continent, maybe one of the wizards here that does the whole teleportation thing knows how to get us there.
Exactly.
All right, so back up for later. For now, we're probably going to stick with the Sand Dolphins.
Let's head back to.
Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and send that over the runes. I'm gonna use the talking rock because I do not remember the actual name, and talking rock is funny.
Chatter
The
crystals.
chatter crystals. Yeah.
I'm calling it the talking rock.
The talk rock.
While you
We
do
should-
that,
All of those uses still on for the today?
I think we only used one.
I'm pretty sure it was me the first time too, which is
Yep.
funny.
Yep. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so this is the second use of chatter crystals.
Okay.
Whatever Owen was
let's
going to
see.
say, y'all can all mark off use on your sheet.
Okay. I need to make sure I get this right. Okay. Lightfoot construction may no longer exist. What else did we need to say? What did we just talk about?
Sand
Teleportation
dolphins
circles.
to get to Garei, teleportation circles to get off the continent.
Pata, to our knowledge, didn't use teleportation circle.
While you are plotting what to say, I will ask which group next would like to go, whether that is
Oh yeah, go
Paloma
ahead,
and
go ahead.
Sizik, or if that, I guess it's not going to be Pura, because Pura. So I guess, so the two of you have ventured across Pajakeen from the Nightlight Spire all the way to the eastern Sandflow Slope, where you find the Sand Dolphin docks. And again, the sand surfers that are surfing down the slope, giving it its name. You enter in Sizik, a place that you were just there earlier that morning. Paloma, again, this is the first time you've been here. There's a dolphin made of sand that is a large creature, so 10 feet long. It's just kind of doing tricks and flips in front, kind of bouncing as you walk into this tavern / hangout.
So, you think we could get like their version of a cart and just get these guys to pull us, or do you think it's like you ride each of them?
I don't know, but I'm sure we could ask.
Okay. So Mason, I would like to go in, find whoever's in charge, and ask them that.
I believe I have.
Oh,
my
go ahead.
message. Just to go ahead and throw this out there while they're like right before they get the dolphins, just to, Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna use my little talking rock because chatter crystal is too long for my silly little brain. Lightfoot construction may not exist. Pata, to our knowledge, didn't use teleportation circle. Cost 5,000 gold for us to use. Good way off continent. I think that was 24.
It's okay. We can afford to lose one word.
Balls.
Yeah.
You. Bert.
It just ends it with fuck.
Anyway, all of you hear this as Paloma and Sizik, you are walking into Sand Dolphin Docks. Sizik, same Khajiit man that you met earlier with Altrix and Owunul. Paloma, this is a tiger folk. His name is Bozic. He seems to be the tavern keeper / proprietor / a fellow sand surfer. Hey, you're back!
Yes. We wanted to inquire about traveling across sands to Garei. Is there some sort of cart to take large group of people across, or are they more like horses where we have to get one per person?
No, you'll definitely want a cart.
So sand
More-
cart is
Yeah,
a thing.
we call it a sand sled, but yeah.
Yeah. How much for one of those?
Rent or buy?
Rent.
Yeah, probably. Can we return it? Do you have other places where we could return it, or do we have to return it here?
It will have to be returned here. To my knowledge, there's not a sand dolphin. Well, I say that. You're going to Garei, though, so there's no other place that you can return it other than
Okay.
here.
Yeah.
It's also important to note, I'm not sure if you've plotted a course, but the Pajaki Desert doesn't go all the way to Garei. It stops at the giant gems, and after that, it's just farmland.
All right. Okay, well then what do you think would be the best way to get there?
Well, no, sand dolphins and the cart still get you to that point. That's half your journey, and then the rest of it you could probably do on foot.
But then how would we get back to here if we need to return journey?
You just
Can we
let the
just
sand dolphin.
Yeah, can we just turn them around, kind of like smack them on the butt, and they go back?
No. Do we just leave it there, and then if we need to come back to Pajakin after?
There's a small outpost set up in that kind of general vicinity. I'm sure you could kind of dock them in a sand dolphin holding area, and then you could pick them back up on the way back.
Okay, that makes sense.
And it goes, what?
Clever business. How much to rent?
How many sand dolphins do you need, and how many sand sleds? Sand sled can hold 3 or 4 people.
So two sleds.
No, 3 or 4? Yeah, 2 sleds.
2 sleds, okay, so probably 2 sand dolphins. Usually 1 sand dolphin per sled's okay.
Okay.
Okay. Renting, per day, per sand dolphin and sled kind of combo, that will be about 4 gold pieces. They're not exactly easy to acquire animals,
Total?
but we try to per sled per sled and dolphin. So 8 gold pieces per day.
8 per day.
But we don't know how many days will be gone.
We
Right.
pay. Would it be possible to pay 8 now, and then depending on when we return, we just pay difference?
You could do that, or you could just put a down payment down and we'll hold it for you whenever you get back. Or, we also just kind of cap it out. We understand that traveling across the desert, it gets expensive. At a certain point, when you would basically just own the sand dolphin and the cart, at that point, we would just kind of transfer ownership to you. So, caps out about 60 gold pieces or so per individual. So if you pay 120 gold pieces, at that point, we just assume you'll take care of it. Sand dolphins are a little bit more costly to get, but that's good enough.
Why would you pay lower down? Why not face to face?
I'm not.
Paloma, are you
I'm
gonna
not
answer that?
explaining that one.
You're not.
I do not.
No,
Whatever.
a down payment is when you put money down.
Well, yes. Why would you put it down? Why not just give you the money?
You pay me a certain amount now, and then you pay me the rest of the value later.
Okay.
That initial payment is called a down payment.
A weird name, but okay.
It's
So
like
it has
teaching
nothing to do
Altrix
with
economy.
with going down low.
No.
No.
So,
Then why not call it
What was-
prepayment?
what was the down payment?
It
again?
could be called that. That's up to you.
Oh,
You can prepay a certain amount if you'd like to.
10 days there. How far in between here and there are the giant gems?
About 5 days from here,
Okay.
on the way towards Garei, so you'll kind of end up on the western coast.
Okay, so 5 days there, 5 days back. I guess we'll pay for 10 days,
Sounds fair enough to me.
and then just kind of like if we owe anything after the fact.
Sure. That's fine with me.
Okay, so that'd be 80 gold.
Yeah, per group. So you
No,
pay
he
double
said it
that.
was 4
100.
gold per group.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Not yeah, that's right. Thank you, Anna. Yeah, you're right.
She's not letting you take more of her money.
She's like, you already robbed me once.
Okay. I will give him 80 gold.
Okay. You hand over 80 gold, and you watch him kind of pry up a floorboard and drop the coins down in there and close the. I'll take you outside where I can get you set up with your sand dolphin. Yeah. Follow me, please.
Okay.
Head kind of out to the backside. Again, Sizik, as you recall, this building is built on kind of stilts on a ledge as it kind of just hangs over part of the slope. And so as you walk out, it's just kind of like a deck or a porch, and then it just drops off. But there's like a tiny little staircase, wide enough for one person to walk down. It kind of goes back towards the slope. And underneath the building where there's like a holding pen for several sand dolphins. This is Daphne and this is Kerr, your two sand dolphins. Absolutely wonderful creatures. Require no food also, so.
Okay. Thank you. We'll be back for them later today with the rest of our group. So
Totally
we can
fine.
Hold them until then.
We could do that.
Spasiba. We will be back later.
Okie dokie. Okay. And the two of you, I'm assuming, return to the Nightlight Spire.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
On the way there, I want to talk to Sizik.
Okay, sure.
So, like, we've been, kind of, we're going. Are you nervous about seeing our parents at all?
Not to see my papa or Diadia, or your father to say. More so kind of excited. It's been a while, and it will be nice to see them again. I would like to say the same thing for our mothers, but for them, nervous, not quite. Anxious, yes.
Yeah.
I don't want to think of them as working with bad people, but as it would seem, evidence would suggest that that is the case.
I just, what if we get there and they don't want to see us?
If that is the case, then we get what information that we need and we leave. And I am not so worried because at end of day, we still have family. Yeah, look at you and I, and then there's also Altrix and Rancor and everyone else. We've been all grouped long enough. I'm sure that Altrix would be happy enough to say that we could be extended family. Rancor doesn't really have much of a choice because you would beat him into staying probably.
Nah, Rancor can do whatever the hell he wants. I don't.
That's true. Pura is probably too drunk to care half the time. I think Owunul might not be bright enough to leave even if he wanted to. And Evadin, I don't really know about her. But, ignoring all of that, we still have them. And what is family but people that have your back, no?
I mean, yeah, I guess it depends on what definition you use, but yeah, you're right.
Plus, there is no saying that our fathers know about what they are, mothers are part of. So
No, but what if? Because You lost your leg, and it was my fault. And
No,
what if there?
it was not your fault. That was unforeseen. Nobody knew that was going to happen. You cannot blame yourself. That person's fault, who that is whoever threw explosive in the window.
Yeah, but I couldn't. Like, I managed to keep the rest of you safe, but I couldn't save your leg. And what if Uncle Fenton is mad at me?
It is better to have lost my leg than my life, no? I am sure he will be glad that you were able to keep me from being gone forever and simply losing a leg, as opposed to what could have been. There is always bound to be a brighter side of things, at least until night comes, but he is not ill-tempered. I am sure he will understand. And I am doing just as fine as ever, even with a non-organic leg.
This big loaded leg.
Yes. And it does make me a little bit more bouncy, which is fun.
I hope you're right.
Only time will tell.
You're right. You're right. There's no point worrying about it. Just wait and see, I guess. Thanks. Let's get back to everyone else. Okay.
Okay. And the two of you once again return to the Nightlight Spire, and we cut to Pura. Pura, you're going to a bar. There are quite a few in Pashakin. So I think I could just give you some names, and you can just tell me maybe which one stands out perhaps the most to you. So there's the Sandalphon Dock, which is where Paloma and Sizik just were. But there's also the Moonglass by Lanterna Livoria in the Korsuk. And then there's also the Silk Spun Sleep. The Nightlight Spire also has a tavern bar, although it's a little bit fancier. And then on the kind of outskirts of town, there's the Caravan's Keep.
What's like the ghettoist or, most rundown bar?
Go ahead and give me a investigation check.
Okay. uh, 6.
6. Okay. What is your passive perception?
14.
14. Okay. Okay. As you are poking your head around, kind of in some alleyways, perhaps what would you define as the shadiest or most ghetto tavern in Pashakin, you fail to notice that you're stepping on a rather loose grate, and I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Oh, okay. Wow. 25.
25. All right. You leap off the grate almost with, step of the wind, kind of coasting on the desert breeze as the grate falls through and kind of just collapses downwards, revealing it would be a drainage pipe, but it just kind of slants off downwards at almost a 45-degree angle.
Is there like... Can I investigate the drainage pipe?
Yeah, I mean, you look down at it's just a dark tube that just kind of go, again, 45 degrees, just a downward slope. It's also very odd as it almost never rains in the desert. It does rain, just not very often.
Does it look like a slide?
It is big enough that you could slide in it.
But does it like look like a slide?
It doesn't. Its core function is not a slide, but you could use it as a slide.
think I'm gonna use it as a slide.
Just gonna hop on down there.
Like,
Okay.
ooh, slide.
Yeah. Yeah, Pura in his drunken stupor hops down this grate and lands on and just shoom straight down, and you find yourself descending into the the space underneath the city, and the slide deposits you with a rather heavy thud onto a carved out tunnel that seems to run underneath Pajakin, one that is not meant for sewage, but is meant for foot travel. And you are deposited and land on this pavement.
Okay.
Or sand, more like sandstone, but
Is it lit or anything, or is it
dimly lit by a
dimly
faint,
lit?
distant torchlight.
I'm gonna go towards the torchlight.
Kind of meander your way towards that torchlight, and it opens into a large circular cavern that seems to be mostly natural, but part of it has been carved out in some spaces. But you have found the secret lower half of Pajakin, known as the Lower Woods.
Okay.
Could you repeat that last bit? It kind of cut off.
The
The lower wards.
Okay, the lower wards. Thank you.
what do I see? Is there any people or structures or?
Given the
Okay.
current time of day, which is midday, definitely feels like a place that would be more alive in the evening, after hours. But there are a few people kind of meandering about. There seems to be a fair collection of shops, even a tavern, and the distant laughter, almost aggressive laughter, competitive laughter, coming from the other side of this space.
Do I see any signs of a rabbit person or a bird person that looks like Sizik or Paloma?
No, no, you
Okay.
do not.
All right. Like what are they selling at the shops? At a
Yeah,
glance?
so you kind of venture to the center part of this area. You learn that you're in a particular area known as the Market of Dusk Hour. They are selling more odds and ends type of material, various trinkets, but more black market or pushing black market than what
Okay.
you would find on the surface. Perhaps something out of the eye of the government and their watch.
Mm.
So if you're looking for something shadier, a couple of drugs here and there, alcohol, various body parts in various containers. They don't ask you what you're buying them, and you don't ask them where they got them from. So kind of
Okay.
just omit that information to each other. So various goods in this area, and of course your standard goods as well. Your traditional textiles that are made in Pajakin, and also general goods. But
Well, because I didn't learn my lesson from last time, I walk up to one of the people selling drugs.
At least he's honest.
Yeah. Okay.
What? Hello.
A woman pulls her hood back, revealing a tan-colored tiefling. And there's a vague familiarity as you look at this. But yes, what can I do for you?
I was wondering if you had any pixie dust.
You're a long way away from pixie dust.
I know, that's why I saw your little shop here and was wondering if you had any.
Well, maybe. How much you offering for it?
That's how much you got.
Produces a small pouch similar to what you saw in hydroxylvexin.
Okay.
I have one or two.
Okay. Oh gosh, I'm blanking. What's the name of the drug that was thrown all over the city?
FSD.
FSD. That's right. That's a good amount, but I'm kind of also looking for FSD.
I've never heard of that.
Really? It's kind of like a vial this big. I've heard it's really popular over there. Like Provenary and all.
I've never been to Provenary either.
Okay. Just to ask about like the quality of this pixie dust. Did you where'd you get it from?
Trade. Came in on an airship. What's it to you?
I've just been really trying to find a large amount of pixie dust, so if you have any leads for that, that would be great.
Well, you can come by, and every time I get a shipment in, I'll save you a cut.
Okay.
I have other drugs if you're interested in my other wares.
Can I roll a history check on why she looks familiar?
Yes.
Okay.
Do so at disadvantage though, because you are drunk as hell.
I'm not that bad. Okay.
Yes, you are.
I'm not
Okay.
drunk.
That's not too bad. A 13.
13. You swear you've seen her before. Was wearing a cloak. But you don't recall when that was.
Oh, you look really familiar to me.
I'll say it's a compliment.
Have I seen you before?
I have never seen you, so probably not.
Are you sure? Because I also did some business in Hydroxylvexa.
I am only here in Pajakin.
What other tieflings do I know? Does she look like Evadin at all?
A little bit. There you could cross some features and you could get close enough on a first glance.
You look
Evadin has more of a white skin tone with like red at the like distal ends of the fingers, and this individual more of a like tan skin, and it kind of fades into a darker brown as you go outward. But they're also cloaked, and so the only thing you really see.
Is this the one that was caught stealing when we first arrived in the dark cloak? That's a tiefling.
Perhaps. What would give you that notion?
Yeah, please.
So other drugs? Are you interested in my other wares?
What else do you have?
I've got my Cinefun pipes, clarification salt, myconid acid, and Ausinia's hallucinogen.
Would you take for one bag of pixie dust and one bag of the hallucinogen? Yeah, that word,
Yes. Ausinia's for short. Or Ausinia's for short, sorry.
Ausinias, alright, that makes for 20 gold?
Make a persuasion check.
Okay. $14.
36. Low as I'll go.
36. 30 gold, and I don't tell the wave of Wagars that you were in the market earlier the other day.
Not the wave guard, but it's okay.
Wait,
Make an intimidation check. I'll factor in the fact that you did say the wrong police force
All right.
into that roll. It's okay. No, it's okay.
Ooh.
Ooh.
21.
21. Okay, I will subtract 5. So 16.
Okay.
Deal. So you hand her 30 gold pieces.
Yep.
Okay, and she hands you 1 pouch of pixie dust and
Yep.
1 pouch of Osinia's hallucinogen.
Okay, hold on. Let me write this down real quick. Selenia's, right?
Osinia's. Osinia. Apostrophe S.
Osinius, okay. Hallucin. Yeah, I'm having problems. Okay.
Pura is drunk, and so is Jared.
I'm not, okay. Anyway.
I know.
I think. You know, so I take the drugs and I'm like, what were you stealing?
It's not important.
Yeah, I could really use some more drugs. What were you stealing?
Not important.
Hmm.
A job is a job.
A job, you say?
Mm-hmm. You look like
What?
somebody that understands that.
Yeah, you'd say. You know, the thing is that I think your employer might be somebody that I'm looking for.
Oh, really?
Really. So who's your employer?
It's not how this works.
How much money would you like for me to give you to tell me who your employer was?
I typically value the privacy of my customers and also my buyers, so I don't typically reveal that information. But for the right price, 200 gold maybe, I could reveal maybe something that I know.
Hmm. You know, my really good friend is chief inspector of the it's I'm saying wrong again, but it's the wave guard. No, the wave guard.
No, the Waveguard is Oshivester and
It's
Hydroxyzone.
I'm so
You are thinking of the Dune Veil.
I'm really thinking the Dune Veil.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
it's a really
Right,
good
of
friend.
course.
Yeah,
Of
you
course.
know. So
And does
could
he
we
know that
lower-
you're? Does he know that you're here?
I'm sure he would love to know that you're here.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Maybe.
How about
We
50
pay our
gold?
fees. We pay our fees.
Okay. How about 50 gold?
175.
A lot of gold.
I'm sure the person that you're looking for is not my employer, but
First, tell me this: does your employer have anything to do with a crescent moon?
nope.
Let's see. Hmm. $150 gold?
175 gold.
Okay. Let me look at my finances real quick. Just-
Pulls out a checkbook and goes,
I should. I can give you platinum's 10, right? How about I'll do the 170 gold. If you throw in
75.
175 gold, if you throw in a bag of each one of your drugs.
Each one of my drugs. Are you crazy? Are you on drugs right now?
That's, it's hard to tell, but
The answer is yes.
No. That's ridiculous.
it's a lot of gold. All right.
You don't have. Just remember, you don't have to pay for that information. You could just leave.
I know, but the problem is like, what if the information's important?
Well,
don't
that's true.
know.
That's the risk you run.
It's the risk, and we're not gonna have another hobo situation.
Not a hobo, but okay.
He was living in an alley, Mason. He was a hobo.
You're not here.
He had 5,000 gold. He could have gone home, retired, but he chose to be in an alley.
Altrix, go back to bed.
Also,
Oh, it's
said,
efficient.
Paloma, go back to bed. Pura is here, nobody else.
He's here and really drunk. I think
You can quite literally phone a friend by using the chatter crystals if you wish to actually ask for advice.
I mean, there's only
no,
one use left, so he could make
it's
a
It's
call.
all back
But
to you.
That is actually completely fair. No one could respond, but you could still ask for advice.
You could ask someone to go to your location, but you'd have to say where you are in 25 words.
in Giant Chasm Undercity, look for
And
the great
ask for
wizard
help too.
with really fun
Like-
slide.
With very
Really fun slide.
slide.
That's the important
Um,
part, right? You
that's
need
the
you need
important
to
part.
make sure you mention the slide, because otherwise Owunul wouldn't want to go.
Yeah, exactly. I think I'll give you 175, but I need a name.
I was gonna give you a name,
Oh, okay.
but
All right, I will
that's
give
my
her.
employer.
I will give her the 175 gold, or like 15
Great.
platinum, and whatever that equals.
Sure. Okay. 175 gold. Got it. Mason now has to do research. Come on, load faster.
No, be slow.
It really isn't though.
Oh.
My employer was Kareth.
Kareth. Where would I find this Kareth?
Where anybody finds Kareth.
Which is?
175 gold pieces
Oh,
more.
come on! I just give you 175 gold. You can't give me a name and a location. That's
Y-
ridiculous.
You said a name, not a name and location.
I have a question.
Yes.
How do you spell Karef? And will that cost 175 gold?
Oh, that's-
It'll cost 175 gold unless you wait. But
I want to know how to spell it, Mason, please.
yeah, I know. I'll spell it for you. It is Ka apostrophe Reth. Kareth.
Oh God! I thought there was an F there.
No, Kareth.
Hmm.
I was.
That will be 175 gold though.
I don't know.
Oh
I-
no!
I give the first 175 gold for the name, apparently.
Yep. 175 gold for the spelling, 175 gold for the location. You can see how this is a very shady business.
It really is. No,
Almost like
even
it's an underground drug shop.
even Tony wasn't this expensive. So
Tony had an established business.
Tony was a good businessman who had standards.
Tony's also dead.
Yep, that's true. He also did. Look where his business got him.
Having good standards means you die. I mean, that's just the way it is.
okay. Golly.
So is that all your business for today?
I don't think of any other drugs to trade.
I'm still on about the drugs.
I'm just trying to think of like what can I trade to not.
He needs drugs. You don't understand.
Well,
He has
have
all
plans
kinds
for
of
the
vices and
okay?
drugs.
Just so you know. Yeah, I'm gonna pass on that for now. Honestly, I think.
Good enough with me. You have a good day.
Pleasure doing business. Oh,
Oh,
well,
and-
one more thing. Sorry.
Uh,
I hold up the little statue of Paloma's mom. This is my long lost aunt, and I'm trying to find her as well. Would you have any
Make-
information on her?
Make a deception check. My long lost aunt. The wood elf asking about
Wood elf.
Kogra.
I mean, married in.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
you know,
totally,
it's like twice
totally.
removed, you know, three times, 7 times.
Removed for what is the real question?
Twice removed multiple times.
16 for deception.
16. Never seen her before.
Can I do an inside check to see if she's lying?
Sure.
Okay.
You can.
I like how he's doing all this drunk too. That's the funniest part.
A 10.
10. Seems to be as trustworthy as you can get for a shady drug dealer.
All right. Okay.
Oh boy, I love shady drug dealers.
Definitely not giving another 100 and 75 gold for this, so I'm okay.
All right, you're gonna walk away.
I'm gonna walk away. I'm gonna go
Okay.
to the tavern.
You're gonna walk away 175 gold poorer.
For a name, it's okay. I think I have a plan to get it back. So
Okay.
What's that mean? That's ominous.
Okay. You find a tavern called Mama Scorpion.
a scorpion.
Yes.
but I'll go-
It is a very rowdy bar as you push through the door that's like slightly off its hinges. Too many bar fights, one too many times. The door is just slightly bent on its doorpost. But there are mercenaries, dock workers, smugglers, drug dealers, bandits, thieves, and occasionally a Dunevale officer that are all just, hanging out down here. Don't worry about it. But you find that a bar fight is actually taking place as you walk in. But they're kind of off in the corner. People are just kind of drinking, hollering, whatever you want to say. But kind of after walking around for a moment, kind of walk up to the actual itself to find a little halfling on a stool, and she is serving up the lowest quality beer money can buy.
Sounds about right.
But what can I do for you?
Well, I'm kind of new around these parts. What is a drink that you would recommend that is unique to this place?
Oh, unique. We don't really have like Tajaki only beverages, but I can get you something. Have you ever had whiskey?
Yes. Yes, I have.
Okay. Well, have you ever had beer?
I'll just take a whiskey.
But you
Whatever
haven't
you
even
say, man.
heard. You haven't even heard the rest of his choices, though.
Unless there's something else besides beer and whiskey that you serve. I mean, for like the really, high dollar kind of people that visit this joint.
Okay, high dollar stuff. Because you didn't say that. I got a Diabolus liquor if you're interested in that.
Sure. What is that?
Well, it's liquor.
Well, no shit. Her what?
No, the name's Mama Sari,
Oh,
not
sorry.
Sherlock.
Also,
Ah.
don't talk with your mouth full, silly goose.
Yeah. It's already made in the bottle, so I don't have to actually do anything with it, but it's kind of pricey. Just a heads up.
How pricey?
Like 6 gold pieces pricey.
I immediately reach into my pocket and grab 6 gold and then sit it on the table.
Okay. I see. I got a fella here. And she turns around and grabs, kind of rummages through one of the shelves, the bottles of alcohol all over the place. It pulls out a rectangular shaped glass. Not quite a vial, but a glass. It is corked with a metallic plug that has devil's horns growing out both sides.
Oh.
There you go.
I take the bottle.
Okay.
And I just do a big old swig.
Okay, you uncork it, take a big ol' swig, and immediately a excruciating tension headache sets in. And yes, and then 2 devil's horns just shoot out of your skull.
Jesus.
Why
It's a
are there
side
horns?
effect. It's a side effect.
The sucker's got some kick to it. Golly.
It lasts for about 6 or 7 hours.
I guess you could say it made him very horny.
No.
Get out.
Destroyed. And for the next 6 hours, you can speak Infernal.
Oh. What was the name of the liquor again?
Diabolist Liquor.
Diabolus. Okay. Do I have like the control over what I speak?
Yeah,
Is it wrong?
so far.
Okay. Man,
It's real strong, though.
that's some good stuff you got there. I think I'm gonna need a whiskey to wash that down.
Sure.
Naturally.
Actually.
Naturally, of course. And serves you up a regular old whiskey with no side effects other than drunk. And occasionally depression. But that'll cost 3 copper pieces.
Okay, cool.
Did I mention anything else?
Yeah, actually, I've been kind of looking for a friend's aunt of mine. And then I pull out the statue.
Okay.
Have you seen a little bird thingy about yay high? You know, kind of looks like this.
That looks like my cousin's dog's parrot. Yep.
It's you know, she's a little bigger than a parrot.
I've seen some pretty big parrots.
You don't have any idea? And I like set some gold on the counter.
She takes the gold. No.
Give me back the gold thing. Come on there.
She serves you up. She serves you up another diabolus liquor. You can subtract 6 more gold from your inventory. It's still bottled. It's already bottled. So.
Bottled. Golly. Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna put this in my bag. I'm not drinking that stuff.
Happy to help you.
Is there anybody in the bar that looks suspicious or that would?
Everyone looks suspicious. It's one
Like-
of those establishments.
Do I have like an inclination or something that anybody would give?
No,
Right.
you,
No?
yeah, no, definitely not the place that you would probably find Paloma's mother.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna take my 1.5 bottles of Diablo's or Gobbler. Yeah, Diablo's
Sure.
whiskey.
Yeah, that's fine.
Then I'm ready to leave.
Okay, you exit out of Mama Scorpion and back into the Market of Desk Hour.
Is there like a way out of this place?
That is a good question. Make a survival check to see if you can navigate out of this place.
Okay. 15.
15. It takes you probably 40 minutes or so through the winding alleyways and branching tunnels that lead off to various like parts that are underneath Pajakin. You do eventually find an exit that puts you right next to one of the sand gates, and you kind of push through like a sandstone pillar that from the outside looks like it's smooth, but when you push the door open, it actually is a very nice carving, hides the door really well, and you are back once again under the daylight of Anaris in 130-degree desert heat.
I'm gonna go straight to Arden's.
Okay. You head to the Dunevale headquarters, and he is there.
Is he there? Or,
Yeah, he is there.
Hey, Arden.
Yeah.
You know, I got some really good information about that tiefling that you've been looking for.
Oh, do you know?
Do you happen to have 175 gold?
Why?
You know, as like a finder's fee for it.
No. Nope, we don't have those.
All right. Anyway, she's under I know you like literally just said it like 5 minutes ago, but what is the underground
I'm not.
place called?
What do you remember?
I don't know.
Pura is drunk. Really drunk, so
Can I roll for like a history?
you can roll a disadvantage.
Okay. A nat 1 for a 2.
That's one.
Oh my god.
You spout off infernal nonsense. And he's like, "Excuse me?" And you try to say it again,
Sure,
more infernal nonsense.
Okay, I'm gonna try to do a like an interpretive like
Yeah.
like slide.
Yeah.
The like market, looking around.
Give me a
all that.
performance check,
Okay.
also at disadvantage. That's what happens when you're drunk.
It's just like going to a police station and just fucking dancing at them and speaking like some random language for no reason.
A
Yep.
5.
A 5. It is interpretive dancing, but not good.
Oh, yeah.
At the end of 10 minutes of you dancing, he's like, "I think you need to go and get some rest."
You're right. I'll be back though. It's important information. I remember it. Yeah.
And you two return to the Nightlight Spire, where you reconvened with companions. Any last bit of conversation to happen between all of you before all of you catch a long rest, though it is the middle of day?
Yeah.
I can't comment
guess
on
with-
anything Pura did because I wasn't
Nope.
there. But,
I
oh
will
my
say
god, it
you
was
saying
so funny.
I will be back to him was a threat.
I'll be back. Get on that.
Please do not return.
Yes, I
Yeah,
will.
your mic was off for a second there, Mason.
I noticed.
I will pull out my sending stone to Raylan.
Okay.
And I will send the following message.
Okay.
Hey, this may be an odd question, but like, what are we? I know what we said, but I'm looking for clarification. Full stop.
Do you say full stop or do you end the message there?
I got 3 words left. Yeah, we'll throw full stop on the end.
Full stop. Girl, you up?
Hey yo, you still awake?
There is a pause before Raylan does respond.
Uh-huh.
Well, we did just meet. We haven't gone on a date yet. But I hope there's something there. Up to you. Full stop.
Altrix will go to his notebook that says, figure out what's going on between me and Raylan, and we'll just add a few more question marks onto the end of it.
Sure. Fair enough. Anybody else? Conversations to be had amongst the party? With possible girlfriend, maybe? We don't know.
I mean, I already kind of communicated everything that I knew to the rest of the party via the talking rock. It's just gonna get worse every time I forget. Oh my god.
Okay.
Chatter crystal.
Hey, Altrix.
It's gonna shatter my brain cells.
Oh no. Yes?
Hey. I got
Anyways,
you some gifts.
What?
I got you some gifts.
Oh.
I think you should be
Um,
afraid.
You know, I went to like this underground thing with a huge fun slide, and it was so much fun. And then I get there, and there's people selling drugs.
How much have you had to drink, Pura?
Well, you know, I did try this new drink called
Are
Diablo.
the horns still there?
Yeah, the horns are still there.
Yeah, you
I-
had a.
Yeah, I'll reach up, just kind of grab it, tug on it a little bit to see
Ah.
if it comes.
It's real.
Okay.
Wait, those are attached to his head?
And you got me something from there?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm afraid to ask.
I reach into my bag and I pull out the bag of pixie dust and the bag of the hallucinogenics.
Oh, what you got there, bud?
Would you like some drugs? I know you like to do stuff with them, so.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, that's...
They told us in Paladin school not to do drugs.
I'm...
Yeah, but we're not in Paladin school.
Yeah,
Like, he's
there was a
not
guy.
offering them to you.
There
yeah,
was a guy.
thank you, Pura.
his-
Oh, welcome.
Do we need to worry about that? I say, pointing to the horns.
I don't think so.
Like, do you just have horns permanently now, or is that something that'll go
Um,
away?
You know, it was the bartender gave me this drink. I pull up the little like half bottle with the horns on it, and then I drank it, and this happened. And then
Okay.
immediately I just start speaking in like
Infernal.
too. Yeah.
That's normal.
You're right. That's very not normal. So, that language does sound vaguely familiar. I think Evadin speaks it sometimes when she doesn't want me to know what she's saying, which is all the time.
Well,
So-
Well, blah, blah, blah. And then I like offer it. I do them.
Infernal is just blah 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 blah.
Simlish.
It's the cartoonish sounding blah 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 blah.
Blah 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 blah. Yeah.
No, it's the what's it? The rabbits. It's that.
Yeah.
Blah blah blah.
Okay. I guess I could. I'll figure something out with this. So I'll just add 1 bag of pixie dust to my inventory, I guess.
Yep. And 1 bag of Osinia's hallucinogen.
Hey, you should just make
I
sure
will
that you don't
Ask
get
you
searched.
more on that later. So
Yeah, sure,
pixie dust.
Oh, look.
Yeah,
Dust and-
they're
and
they're not.
what was the other
yeah, they're
one?
not. Osinia's hallucinogen. Yeah, just list those as like customized.
I will ask you about those later.
Sounds good to me.
Just make sure you don't have those on you if you ever get searched by an officer of the law.
I will put this with the rest of my volatile alchemical compounds in the siphon.
I feel like that is an equally bad idea if they ever get spilt.
It's in the siphon. That would
You're right,
require
you're right.
you to touch something, which every time I go in there, I say not to do. So,
Dutch.
it's better than loose in my pocket.
No, this is valid.
All right.
You do what you gotta do.
I have many questions, but I will refrain from attempting to answer any of them until tomorrow.
I don't think he'd be able to answer in common if you asked him now, so...
Funnily enough, that is on the lowest priority of my questions.
Well, I'm saying that it's gonna be hard for him to answer the rest of your questions because of that.
My questions are not for Pura.
Oh, okay, sure.
I am going to go to bed.
We got a long night ahead of us.
How we do? Did y'all get transport?
Yeah, we got 2 dolphins and 2 carts. Or 2 sleds.
All right, cool. I
You mean sleds?
That's what I said.
All right, I'm gonna go lay down. Sizik, you definitely need to lay down.
Yes.
Wait, before we go to sleep, I need to know what are their names.
I don't remember.
I do.
What are who?
Riley remembers. Riley knows those names. They are Daphne and Kerr.
Yes.
Yep.
But you don't know that, because I don't tell you.
Paloma, you have the opportunity to change their names right now.
Their names were Riley and Jared.
Oh, fuck you.
All right. I'm assuming there
Real
are no other
dumb
conversations to be
names.
had. Assuming no other conversations are to
Ouch,
be
Anna,
had.
you didn't need to do that.
All of you turn in for the afternoon at 3 o'clock, and sleep for 8 hours. It is now 11 p.m. And that is where we'll take our break, and we'll come back at night. and welcome back. Our heroes, Lorem Ipsum, wake in their bedchambers at 11 o'clock, and there is long set on the horizon the nightlife of the city of Pajakin, vibrant as it was during the day. But Lorem Ipsum sets out on another task. They pick up their Sandolphins at Sandolphin docks, and they prepare for departure. Any last things to take care of before we head out into the desert?
Okay, so it might not seem that important, but I need to ask the handler what their actual names are, because Owunul doesn't trust whatever that answer was.
Riley and Jared.
Their names are Daphne and Kerr. Daphne gets a little rowdy, though, during the day, so...
Duly noted.
Alright.
I'm going to leave a letter for Arden, and to the best of my recollection, write about the tiefling and
Okay.
Haruth, not Haruth. I wrote down. Yeah, Kara.
Azerbaijan.
Kara.
Yeah.
Kara.
Azerbaijan.
So
Make a history check, no longer at disadvantage, because the alcoholism has worn off.
Okay.
Or effective alcohol. The alcoholism is still there.
Alcoholism.
But...
Come on. 12?
12. Not bad, but above average. You leave a general port. Not a lot of specifics in the time that you're given, but good enough. And leave it. The Dune Vale headquarters is open, but he's not present when you go in. And then continue with the party. But anything else before we set across the dunes?
I think that's everything. We have our sand dolphins, we have our stuff, we have our rations. We have a plan, which is really important.
Wow.
I think we have everything we need.
Okay. Well, in that case, I will then ask who. I need two of you
Me.
to be sure. Okay. And somebody else to be the drivers, if you will.
I knew it. I
pilots.
knew that's what you were going to say.
The pilots.
Okay.
Right, Paloma.
It's animal handling.
Think of that,
right?
Paloma. Yes, animal handling.
Yes.
I only think Paloma and Owunul have volunteered.
Okay.
I
just realized I don't have my dice and I don't remember where they are. Would someone roll for me?
I can do it.
Yeah.
I got you.
Well, I was gonna say you rolled for me last time when I was still in the driving, so I'll get you.
Okay.
Okay. What do you know? What's your bonus to
Plus-
your animal handling?
+4.
These
Okay.
pirate dice have been treating me well so far.
Not anymore.
Okay. Okay. Mod 20.
Nice.
That is a natural 20. Okay,
Nice.
then.
Also noise. Okay. Well.
That is, by the way, natural 20 for a 24.
Also nice. So both of you got a 24. Just unnatural and natural. Okay. Well, in a bit of competition, two of you, kind of like how the I'm forgetting the name of the ski term. They open you and you enter the sandflow slope.
Go.
Yes. No, it's a gate for an Olympic sport, but I can't remember what it's called. Not important.
The start.
Yeah, not- Sure of that.
Toboggan.
No, it's okay. Don't worry about it. We're past it. It's too late. But you begin to race down the eastern sandflow slope, and then have to basically go halfway around Pajakin to actually get headed northwest towards Garei. But your night of travel goes quite well. If I could have, at least so far, if I could have somebody, not our drivers though, roll a d20 unmodified.
Oh, wait, quick
I will.
question. How do you spell Garei?
Garei.
I was close. I was so close. All right.
All right.
Continue. Whoever was rolling the d20.
I got it. 18.
18. Okay. Again, quite an uneventful evening. You traverse well across the desert dunes. make a little bit of headway with those very nice rolls, actually, shaving almost a whole day off of your trip. But eventually, a Neris does begin to crest at dawn on the horizon, and you can continue throughout the day, or you can stop to rest. That is up to all.
Daphne gets a little rowdy during the day. That's all you gotta remember. I say we keep going. If we stop during the day, we're just gonna get heat stroke.
If we keep going during the day, we're gonna get heat stroke.
If we're gonna get a heat stroke either way, then we might as well get closer.
Is there a way to build like a little,
A
Like-
sand igloo?
no, like a little covered part on our sled, or is it open?
It's open, but if you want to, use some wood and or some kind of pole and construct a little bit of a covering.
Yeah, sure.
Sure. Go ahead and give me. Do you have any tinkering or tool
I can-
proficiencies? Carpentry?
I actually have woodworking.
Yeah, woodworking would be fine.
I currently have woodcarver's tools.
Yeah,
In
woodcarving would be
addition
fine.
to the
No.
in addition to the skills to use them.
Sure.
Can I give Owunul help?
Do you have proficiency in one of those?
It may just be better for me
In
to
what?
do that. You can
But
just
I do have proficiency, so I can give you help.
Okay.
No, wait. In what though? Sorry.
In woodworking tools would be for this check
so
particularly.
if we want the best chance for this check, then either I or Paloma should do it, and the other one should.
Or
help.
can't I just
would
make the
provide.
woodworking check?
Sure, whatever. What would that be?
We c-
Intelligence or dexterity or what?
No, woodworking is like it's
Or
a
is it
skill
the
check.
plus
It's a-
proficiency
it's a
plus-
Well, there's wood. There's
Yeah.
wood carver's tools
Yes,
we know
that I have
Yeah.
proficiency
That is
in.
what we were talking about.
Yeah.
yes, that's
Yeah,
correct.
Paloma, Altrix, and Owunul, all three of you. So one of you can make it. One other person
I don't
can
have
help.
dice. Someone
Up to
else
you.
roll.
I'll,
Okay,
I'll,
so-
Or do you want to give me the help action?
Sure.
Okay.
sure, I'll do that.
So is it dexterity or is wisdom or what?
It is just a D20 plus proficiency.
Yes, and
It
plus
doesn't fall under a skill.
plus isn't it advantage because you have help?
Yes,
Or-
advantage because you have help.
Yes, I did that with advantage as a 22.
22.
Woo!
Okay. You stop for early morning camp, easy enough, and construct two little shelters using some fabric and wood. Should make it throughout the day. Totally fine.
And just to clarify, these are like
Uh-huh.
on the sleds, yes?
Yeah, they come up and they just kind of canopy over.
Okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
to provide covering during the heat of the day.
Okay, do we just keep going? No other reasons to stop? Question mark?
I mean, we'll eventually have to stop to sleep. We can't just keep going.
Right, but I mean, we slept up until 11. We don't really need to sleep again until like.
Yeah.
I mean, if we sleep at the same time, we would be going to sleep at 3 again.
Sure.
So we still have like. We have a good chunk of time.
Okay.
So I say we keep going for now.
Okay, continue throughout the day. Someone else besides Altrix, roll a d20 unmodified.
I got you. 18.
Another 18. Wow. Okay, continues to broad daylight. There is shining down. Again, heat of the day, but thanks to your canopies, you stave off perhaps heat exhaustion. Soon enough, after a lunch break, you go well into the afternoon, and evening falls upon you once again at dusk. Now, at this point, you can begin to either stop for camp, stay overnight in the desert, or you can push forth. The
No,
sand
listen, I think
dolphin's
we
not
were
required.
Going to travel until 3 again, and then sleep again.
Oh, sure. Okay.
until
Well,
11.
that. But it may be a better idea to keep going until nightfall, just so that we don't like have something
one is fine.
happen.
Either one's
Either
fine.
way,
It's easier to
Um,
navigate at night.
that's fair.
Okay, cooler.
We will go to sleep. We will try to with the heat still sleep, or at the very least rest under our canopies.
Sure. Okay. Well, canopies do help you a little bit, so all of you will add a +2 to this roll. But I do need all of you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, come on.
All right,
If you
I
are
get a
on
plus
my
2.
sled, if you're on my sled,
Oh yes,
You
we
get-
should probably determine who is on whose sled.
Okay.
Can I be on Owens?
I would probably be with Paloma.
Can I be on Owunul's sled?
I need every help I can get. Can I
Or has negative
be on
con
Owens?
saves over
All right,
here.
so Sizik is with Paloma. Pura is with Owunul.
Cole, will you roll for me again?
Altrix, who are you with?
I'd probably, honestly, yeah, I'd probably end up with Owunul because Evadin would be with Paloma.
Evan's on
Alright,
Paloma,
so
and then
anyone
we'll put
who's-
Rancor
Wait,
on there.
which one do you want? Anna?
The lighter one.
If you
This
are
one?
on
Okay.
the thing with me, you get a +4 to that save. That's for a
Sick.
total of +6 for all just random stuff that you can add because he's adding +2 for being under the canopies.
Yeah, so +2, +4, +6. Cool. So that turns, with all my bonuses, that turns my 2 into a 15.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Very nice.
Wait. Okay.
+6.
Okay, so the
Yeah.
bonus from the canopies you said is +2.
+2.
Oh my
Yeah.
fucking god.
My last remaining exhaustion point cancels that out.
There you go.
But I don't think it matters for Paloma, who I rolled a natural 20 for.
Hot damn.
Good choice on the die.
It is
and,
hot, damn.
Yeah, for me, I rolled a natural 10 plus 5, so 15.
15. Okay. Evadin had a 13 plus 2 is 15, and Rancor had an 18 plus 2 is a mod 20. That's not even counting their modifiers, so they're okay. They're on
That is
your
a
card.
26 from me.
Okay, Owunul's fine. Altrix's 15 is fine. Pura,
11.
11 is also fine for now. All of you managed to be able to sleep in the heat of the day. You
Hell yeah.
force yourselves to be tired and sleep without cooking to death. For now, at least.
Well, here's the thing. Our sleep schedule is currently fucked beyond all recognition, so like...
Yep, it's okay. You've become nocturnal. But 11 p.m. rolls around again. You take another long rest. Sizik finally removing that final exhaustion point.
Yay.
Yay. And we can embark on another day of travel. And I will have somebody else who has not rolled yet, perhaps a d20 would be appreciated. Pura, you want to do it?
Sure. I don't know if you want me
Okay.
to do it. A 3.
Jared,
Three.
why? Get better dice.
Jared,
Better
please!
Well, you know what, Anna? At least he has dice.
Shut the fuck up.
Got him.
Hilarious.
Jeez.
Yes. Your first 2 days in the Pajak Desert were uneventful. Today is a little less that. It's even hotter than it was the day
Oh
before.
god.
Temperatures now soaring 140, maybe almost 150 degrees. Perhaps the hottest in any situation any of you have ever been in. But also, in the distance, a skirmish, dunes kind of kicking up a little clouds of sand. But probably nothing, right?
We should check
No.
that out.
No, we should
It's
not.
gonna be a sandworm.
We absolutely should not check it out.
Press on. It's the desert. There's nothing here.
Well, clearly not. There's sand.
You know what, Owunul? I bet you 10 gold pieces of that. That's a sandworm over there.
Okay, well, we're not going to
Let-
find out, so neither of you wins any money. So let's go.
And I never even accepted the bet, so that's not fair.
Let's just keep moving.
We're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep
Okay,
going.
Fair enough. Okay.
We're going to go around them if we can.
As we leave
yes.
the unholy Avenger in the sand.
Yep. How sad. It is 3 o'clock again. Stop to rest once again in the middle of the day. I need all of you to make another Constitution saving throw. You do get a +2 because of the canopies, but a -1 due to the sweltering heat. So just a +1 today.
Okay, so
And
that
it's
means
still-
with a
Still
minus,
+4. So +5 for
Third
whoever's
rank.
in mine.
I need to roll a 3 or higher to get a 15.
My god.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
I didn't roll nearly as well for you this time. You should have chosen green.
Natural.
What
20
are your
or
bonuses
25.
for con?
I get a +3.
And is that with the extra +1?
No, so +4.
So +4. Okay.
Oh. I got a 12.
I made
Alright,
the
so
save.
Paloma, what did you roll?
I don't know.
She got a 13.
13. Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay.
And Sizik, what did you get?
No, I'm sorry for this. Natural 20 for Sizik for a 26.
Fair enough. Pura, you also said natural 20, right?
For 20 for 25.
Oh
yeah.
my god.
Okay, very
Oh,
nice.
fuck
Altrix,
off.
Altrix, what did you roll?
26.
Yep, you're fine.
Leave me
Owen-
alone.
Owunul, what did you roll? 12?
Yeah. What?
All right.
Oh no.
The heat is worse today, and therefore only half of you find rest amidst the desert dunes. Paloma, Rancor, Evadin, and Owunul, you do not fall asleep for 8 hours and take 1 point of exhaustion instead.
Oh no. Oh no. I don't.
All
I don't
my
know how to
homies
do
are
exhaustion.
exhausted.
How do I get my exhaustion on my sheet? Oh, conditions.
Yeah,
Yep.
but it doesn't show up,
what
so you
is-
have to remember it.
Yeah, you have
What
to
is
remember to
the
go
one?
-2.
Minus 2.
Yeah, -2 to all dice rolls and minus 5 feet in movement. Goes away
that
after you
second
receive a
part
long
does
rest.
not apply to me, so.
Okay, but nonetheless, 11 o'clock rolls around and we continue our travels at night. Another person, give me a d20 roll.
I'll do it this time.
'Kay.
That's a 1.
Oh
Natural
my.
one? I.
My pirate dice are mad at me now.
Yep. If you like that. Well, that extra day that you basically gained on your first trip through the dunes, you lose that. Owunul and Paloma have a little bit of a disagreement while driving their sand dolphins. Daphne gets a little bit rowdy around dusk, and you get thrown off course by a few miles. Have to kind of circle back. Of course, you're totally lost in the dunes as there's no landmarks. So you kind of wander
No, I'm
around a
not.
little bit. At dusk, yes, you are. Also, I'm basing it off
That's how which
Owunul's
way
roll.
is north.
I know, I'm just basing it off
Dude,
Owunul's.
if
Negative-
it's dusk,
natural one.
that means we can see which way the sun is.
Done. It's dawn. But yes, you could do that, but it's a natural one. So you lose travel time. But
Symbol.
a little bit back to normal temperatures today at 130 degrees. That's okay. 3 o'clock rolls around, and I need another Constitution saving throw from all of you.
Okay,
Is it?
I'm
is it
using a
still
luck
minus
point
or-
here. I'm
is it
Is it
using.
only a
plus
+1 again?
Or plus?
No,
six?
just +2 today.
Plus
For
six.
Pura
Oh.
and Altrix, it's the +6 because of Owunul.
You're
Those
welcome.
of you that are rolling,
Okay.
do remember your exhaustion points if you have them.
All right.
Why do you think I
Mason,
used a
made
luck
the
point?
save.
Did,
Why
Yeah.
do you
did I,
think I used a luck point?
did I get one in the first time or not?
You know
'Cause
what?
I
I'm
rolled-
gonna give it a chance to redeem itself. I'm gonna go blue again.
Blue again. Okay. This is a different
Oh.
blue one. I should specify.
I got a. I believe. Okay.
Pura, what was
Do I
your?
have
Plus
an
6
exhaustion from the first roll or
is
not?
18.
No, you do not.
Okay.
18 plus 2 minus 2.
Hey, nicely
18.
done.
18.
Yep. Okay. All right.
19. for Pura.
Altrix.
23.
My
Okay.
God, what is your con? What is your
Sizik?
con?
11.
Yes.
Okay.
This is
So I think you
bullshit.
take 1 point of exhaustion.
Hooray.
Paloma.
Paloma got an 18.
Okay, she's all right. Evadin is fine. Rancor takes the second point.
I
Okay.
mean, he can't even see the sun.
So do I
It's-
lose my 1 exhaustion or?
Yes. After this long rest, you do lose it.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good. So Evadin goes back down to 0. Rancor stays at 2. Paloma, you go to 0. Owunul goes. You can't not sleep today, so therefore you accrue 1. Okay. For our next day of travel,
I believe.
Paloma, have you
Owen-
rolled for a day of travel? Or Altrix, do you want to roll for a day of travel?
I
You
did the
said
first
the
one.
drivers couldn't.
What then I roll?
That was because you rolled the
Oh, okay.
animal check. But now you can.
Okay, Cole, roll.
Okay. This one is not me
Actually-
rolling. It's her.
Blame
So
Anna
if this
and
goes
her lack
bad,
of dice.
yes, blame her, not me. Okay, let's choose a color. You've got complete
Purple.
blue, dragon blue, blue green, purple black,
Pick
black.
a
dragon
dice.
green,
Purple black is superior.
ranger, straight gray,
Do the ranger
ranger die. Okay,
Ranger dies.
10
10. Okay.
flat down the middle.
Okay. Those of you that are piloting, driving, whatever you want to say, animal handling, sandolphining, Paloma and Owunul, you have noticed that the terrain occasionally gets a bit more rocky in some certain parts. You have to kind of dodge, minor mesas and plateaus that kind of jut out of the sand dunes that the sand dolphins are not supposed to be able to maneuver through. But as you approach, kind of in your northwestern horizon, you see just this mountainous range of these prismatic colored spikes that just jut up from the ground. And this must be the giant gems as you near that kind of midpoint of Eprajine. But with a 10, some of those spikes are hidden beneath the sand dunes, and occasionally your sand dolphin may run aground. So Paloma and Owunul, I need you to make 6 animal handling checks.
6 of them?
Yep.
Oh God. Okay.
I cannot give you a
yeah,
action, but I can.
that falls to me. Okay.
But-
okay.
Cole.
But I do need you to roll them one at a time because your roll will determine how you do on the next one.
Okay.
It's good that I have so many d20s.
It's good
Okay,
that
what's
I have
your
so many
animal
luck
handling? You said it's
points.
+2.
Oh no, I can help you, but I can wish you well.
You can't help me?
Okay.
I cannot help you,
Okay, fine.
but I
Alright.
will wish you well.
So Paloma, you can roll your first one, aka Cole.
First one is mod 20.
Mod 20 for a +4 is 24.
No, mod
Okay.
20 with the +4.
Okay. Okay, Owunul?
Okay, we're using a luck point because I don't trust these dice anymore.
Sure.
That was completely unnecessary. There was no need for that. That was a 15 and a 16 for a grand total of 20.
All right, second one. No effects so far.
Okay.
Paloma, go ahead.
Natural 20.
Damn.
Nice.
That was the ranger die.
Okay, Owunul?
21.
21. Okay, also fine. Third one. No effects so far. Been dodging those spikes.
Yeah, bro, we're pros at this. What do you mean?
15.
15. Okay. Owunul?
16.
16. Okay. Paloma rolling now. All of them at 15 is a fail. 16 is a pass though. For that roll.
Damn.
So, fourth one for Paloma.
Yeah. Let's do these two big boys. Ha! 19 with disadvantage. Yes.
That's crazy.
That's hilarious.
15 and a 17. So
Wild. Okay. Owunul.
I will be using another luck point here.
Okay.
And thank fuck I did. That's a 16.
16. Okay. Owunul, that is a failure for that roll though.
Shit.
So Paloma's still fine though. So also you're rolling a disadvantage for Paloma. You can roll your 5th roll.
Also a disadvantage?
Yes, all of them after the first.
oh, it would have been so good. That's the
So,
fail. It's an
question:
8.
if I use a luck point, what happens?
You cancel out that disadvantage in theory. So you
Okay.
may just roll 1 dice.
Okay.
Die. Owunul is contemplation.
What?
Are you going to roll?
Oh, I didn't know you were asking me to roll. I'm sorry.
Yes, sorry.
That's a 15.
15, okay. Second failure for the two of you. It's okay. Your final roll, Paloma, and then Owunul.
And this one will be at disadvantage, yes?
Yes.
Shit.
12.
I'm out of luck points, so,
Unfortunate.
I need more of them. Oh, are you waiting on me again?
Yep, go ahead.
Yes.
Oh my fuck! I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
No worries.
It doesn't matter. I roll the same on both dice, so it doesn't matter. Amazing.
Natural 1.
That's no. God, that would be funny though. 16.
16, okay. Alright. Unfortunately. After swerving through various, slightly below the dune surface, your sand dolphins, at different points during your travels today, do strike a very sharp crystal that is hidden beneath the surface as they kind of leap from the dunes and land back in, and they immediately get dispelled, just and their sand shatters into the sand dune, and the sand surf or sandboard just kind of just sticks in the dune, and you may now traverse throughout the desert for the rest of today on foot.
Is that both of the dolphins?
That is both of the dolphins.
Okay, we can't go back to Pashakeen ever.
I mean,
Oh no, the rentals!
why would we?
I was under the impression that they were like actual animals, so this is actually just like the best outcome. Well, not the best, but it's better than the alternative is.
Alright, well, now on foot, you do have to make Constitution saving throws for your final evening in the desert. You do lose the +2 because you're no longer with the canopies. So, Constitution saving throw for you folk.
Everyone is going to get a +4 from me because I assume we're close together. So
Yep, that is probably fair.
+4.
Is it just
And
Yep, just +4 for everybody.
So my bonus.
I should probably say.
Okay.
Let's do. Which one?
oh no, oh no, that's not good. Hey Mason, guess what number I rolled?
A natural 1.
Wood.
Yes, it was.
Unfortunate.
Skill issue.
How many points of exhaustion do I take? Come
You
on,
take
see a
2.
dungeon. I figured.
Honestly, not that bad.
Not that bad. Alright, let's see. Paloma.
Wait, question. What is the second?
She's
level of
totally
exhaustion to
fine.
me?
They're all just -2 to every dice roll. It's cumulative, and then -5 to your movement speed. So 2 would be -4 to your dice rolls and -10 feet of movement speed. And they just keep stacking
Got it.
like that.
Got it.
Yep. All right, Paloma, what did you roll?
She's fine. She rolled
Okay.
13, so +4 from Owunul, and whatever her bonus is on top of that.
I'm assuming Paloma, your bonus is high.
+3.
Yeah, you're fine.
So
all right,
modified
Sizik.
20. 15.
Okay. All right, Pura. Constitution saving throw.
17?
17. Okay. Altrix,
25.
you're fine. Owunul.
You already got mine and already
Oh,
gave
that's
me
right.
my
Yep,
results.
Yep. Okay. All right, Owunul, you take 2 points of exhaustion. Pura, you take 1. Evadin also takes 1. And Sizik, you take another 1.
What? 15's a fail? Fuck
Yeah,
me,
15 is a fail.
dude.
17 was
If
also
any-
a
I
fail.
just got rid of those!
Yep, I know. They're
God
back.
damn it.
If
But-
anyone is too slow and would slow down our group, I will summon Cricket for them to ride on.
Sizik has 2 exhaustion points. Owunul has 2 exhaustion points. Evadin has 1. Pura has 1. And everybody else has 0.
Okay, never mind then.
What is Rancor?
Okay. Rancor has 1. You had 2, but all of you sleep well into the evening, and we make it. It's now once again dark, but you can continue traveling into the giant gems and thus into the plains. as you reach the outskirts of the Pajaki Desert.
Yep. Man, never before did I think I would hate sand this much. I just,
Yep.
it's awful. It's just
Yep.
awful. There's nothing,
Coarse, and it gets
it's rough.
everywhere.
and it's rough. Don't forget it's rough.
Mhm.
I don't know.
It was worse. It's not as bad as snow.
It's just like
Oh.
home.
I would argue snow is better.
Each of you, you begin to travel. Again, it's dark, midnight, a little after, early in the morning, before you get back on your normal sleep schedule. You pass through the giant gems, and again, they're giant crystalline structures that have just jutted up from the planet's surface. What crystals they are? Some of them are sapphires, some rubies.
Oh, I just thought they were like a bunch of glass.
No, they're actual like gemstone clusters. Just massive, massive deposits of them.
Is there any
I'm-
diamond?
Huh?
Is there any diamond?
No, there's no diamond.
I mean, even if there is no diamond, should we not partake?
I mean,
Don't we have bags of
wait,
I'm
holding?
thinking we should.
I would like to clarify, these are massive. They're
we
like,
don't need to take the whole thing, just a
Yeah.
chunk of it.
yeah, they're hundreds of feet tall, several feet thick.
We just need some of it. And besides, I have a hammer.
Yeah, you can just chip off little bits of it.
Yeah, well,
Yes.
let's just take a chunk of sapphire.
I would like to do that. Specifically, I would like to be the one to make these checks because I think I might be best suited, unless anyone has any objections.
If only we still had the adamantine hammer.
Oh, you're so right. So what I want to do is, do I have anything? This is probably not the best thing for this, but I do have, I believe, some stuff I could use as a chisel to go with the hammer.
Mason's tools, jeweler's kit.
Altrix, I may need your help on this.
Or-
Hold on,
or
hold on.
Or a pickaxe. Those would be kind of the three things that would be helpful.
Hold on. Class features. One moment.
Yeah.
Let me double check.
Go for it.
Artisan's tools is just the general word for the entire category of stuff, right?
I think so.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
they are all different subsets of artisans' tools.
Because as an artificer, I can use the right tool for the job to magically create a set of any artisan's tools I want.
Hell yeah! has
So
a
I will
chisel-
produce a
chisel
set
blades.
of. I don't think any of us have proficiency with any of them.
No, that's not the point.
It's just so we have the tools to do it.
Yes,
I guess.
stonemason's tools would probably be best. Either stonemasons or jewelers.
Or a pickaxe.
I can't do pickaxe. That's the one thing I can't do.
Okay.
All right then, buddy. Sure, why not?
I'll give stonemasons because that's, I'm assuming, just a chisel.
Yep, sure. Just a big
Okay.
old chisel.
So what
The
I will
hammer.
do is I will use a combination of my sheer strength with my hammer and the mason's tools to try to chip away a chunk that is like small enough to fit in whatever bag of holding or whatever we have, but still big enough to be worth a good amount of money.
Sure.
Because we've been spending a little generously lately, haven't we?
Sure. Okay. You go up to. You can tell me if it's emerald, sapphire, or ruby that you approach.
Altrix, which one do you think would be best?
Oh, there's also some amethyst mixed in there. Forgot about that.
Hold on. I need to scour my
Quartz.
depths of knowledge
Which
of
has maybe
gemstones.
quartz mixed in.
Yeah, I
Uh,
figured.
Not
why I asked,
amethyst.
because I don't want to look that up myself.
It's either sapphire or ruby you want to do.
We could do some of both, but I'll go with Ruby first. So what kinds of checks would I be needing to make to basically hammer out a chunk of this stuff, or to chisel? a chunk
Yeah.
out.
So, if you're just trying to break a piece off, that would be a strength check. If you're trying to, get a good carving of one and not, shatter the gemstone, that would be more of a dexterity check.
We can polish them later.
We can, if they're shattered, what good is polishing gonna do?
Well, that's the thing. You can take the chunk and then polish it down into something good.
Well, no, it's either it gets shattered, or
We're
it's
taking
chunk.
a chunk out of it anyway. It's gonna be some form of broken.
Well, yeah.
However, each individual bit that you get, you can
Oh,
then
God.
turn it into
So
a tiny
do keep in mind for this check, because it is straight strength, I get a +0 because I have 2 levels of exhaustion.
Should anyone else do it then?
If you have more than 1 strength, then yes. But if you have exhaustion, then no.
I give a +1 strength with exhaustion.
With exhaustion?
With exhaustion.
That's pretty cool, bro.
Thank you.
That's pretty cool. I'm gonna hand him my hammer and the stonemason's tools. That's pretty cool,
Okay.
bro.
I get a plus
I'm
three.
Oh, well then you do it.
Takes it
Actually,
away
wait,
from
no,
Pura
the
and
monk
hands
has-
it to Paloma.
The monk has a bunch of dexterity. Maybe the monk should do it. I don't know.
Hey, Cole.
All right,
you
so
wanna roll?
Pura or Paloma, who is doing?
I like
Wait,
how
both?
it just keeps bouncing around.
You know
Who's
what?
Yeah,
actually
keep
doing
passing
it?
the tool.
Yeah, that's the tool. Why not?
Jared, you have. Hold on. Jared, you want to roll, and we just add my bonus.
Sure. That sounds good to me.
Sure.
You're asking
There you
different
go.
people to roll your dice.
Alright, here we go.
Anna's too lazy to find her own dice.
You want me to get up and walk away and go find them?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Oh.
Yes.
Well, what's your bonus?
+3.
22.
Nice.
22.
Hell yeah!
Okay. This is a dexterity check or strength check?
I thought it was a strength check. If it's dexterity,
Is it
it's
strength? Okay.
23.
I'm just
It
asking.
depends on, according to Mason, what you want to do. If you want to just
Yeah.
break a chunk off and it might shatter, then strength.
wanna
If
get
you want to like
I wanna get
carefully
good
carve a
one.
chunk out. Yeah.
Okay, so dexterity then.
Yeah.
Okay.
23.
Sure. All right, you chisel away Pura just quickly with the help of Paloma and her watchful eye and occasionally a
just,
kick
like, hold
from a
it.
talon here and there. Yep. And you carve out, we'll say, 7 decent Arctic sapphire rubies. I have to ask.
Owunul said ruby.
Ruby.
Rubies. Okay. All right. Carve out 7 decent rubies, but
Okay.
it takes you quite a bit of time to get those 7 good cards.
And we haven't rested for the night, have we? Yet.
No, you slept, traveled, and it's like 3 or 4 a.m. When
Oh.
you got here, and so now it's like almost dawn.
Oh.
Um,
Okay. So we should keep going after that, though.
Or we get more.
I mean,
We can get more later. They literally.
We're not coming
No.
back.
you think we're gonna be back
Maybe.
here?
I don't know.
Let's. Okay. Who? This is not really good right now, out of character, because it's like 2 of our people are missing, so they
Yep.
can't actually vote on this. We don't know how they would vote.
Yes. we do.
I can tell you how one of them would vote.
How? So the gemstones, right? They pretty big, right?
Yeah.
They're adequate sized.
Never mind.
Big enough to provide shade, perhaps.
Not that. Oh, I mean, you could camp here, sure.
Like, would the gem mountains provide shade in the day?
Sure.
Like, is there an overhang, perhaps?
Yeah, several. Several parts of the crystal jut out at
We
various
don't
angles.
have to complete this journey today. Oh God. Right. Who here thinks
Wait.
that we should? By show of hands, who here thinks that we should stay and mine more gems?
I just want to rest.
Okay. It's only 2. Two to 3.
I'm not sure. I'm undecided. I do think having fun
press
would
on.
help us. Let's press on.
Yeah, let's just press on.
We have however many gems we have. That'll get us some more spending money.
Yep, 7.
Who gets how many, though?
We equally
Well,
split however much money we're able to get, and I will negotiate the price for selling because I'm going to be good at that.
I don't know. Does Owunul deserve a ruby?
I mean, I held the chisel, so
Does what
Paloma
about
kicks the
Rancor and Evadin, though?
Exactly.
They've been awfully quiet.
They've been awfully
they
quiet.
did not hold the chisel or kick.
And I provided the hammer, so I mean,
Mm.
and Altrix provided the other hammer and the tools.
The hammer they used.
no, they just
Think of it
glued the
two
hammers.
The amount
They
that
glued the
sell
hammers
for might
together.
divide more evenly. We will figure it out later.
Fair enough.
Just wait for the
Yeah.
money. The money may divide a lot easier.
Follow the money. Yes. Nonetheless, as
What do you know about dividing?
I don't know who
I
you're
know-
asking.
I know that
Owunul.
I know that Paloma is better at it than I am, which is why she's going to be doing the dividing and not me. Please,
As usual.
please do the dividing. Don't make me do it, please.
Yeah, I'll do it. Don't worry.
Okay.
I don't think
Though,
anyone
as,
would let
as
you
a
do
general
it.
plan, me and Sizik should sell it. We're both very good at being persuasive,
Sure.
just to get the best price, you know.
Sure.
Fair
Makes
enough.
sense.
Then Paloma divides it among the rest of the party. We all get our cut. We're all happy.
Well, don't cut my money.
Okay, cut is metaphorical. I am giving you a percent. We're all getting a division of the money.
While they have this wonderful conversation,
Yes,
Sure.
wonderful. It's a great way to describe it.
Altrix.
so we are walking and talking our way out.
Yes. Yes.
We can.
Actually making progress. I will pull out the sending stone again.
Okay. It's been
No.
5 days.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, you
Would
still
you-
up?
would you-
Thinking about it, still trying to figure it out.
Would you like to retroactively 5
Yeah.
sendings?
Yeah.
Okay.
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 Oh my god.
Text thread.
10 messages.
24-hour gaps in between each one.
Yep, totally. Totally normal.
All right.
And we don't notice this, or
What's this
No.
happening while you're on the sand?
I mean, this happens once a day.
once a day when there's like nothing else going on is still pretty noticeable.
All right. First one is okay. So, like, if we are something, what do I do? Full stop.
You're gonna keep adding full stop to the end of this shit. You can't keep getting away with this.
If we are something, then perhaps a date would be nice. Full stop.
All right. 24 hours later.
Okay. Yep, totally fine.
I banged my table and knocked over everything on my desk.
Okay. So what would I have to do for that? Full stop.
I know you're quite busy, but come visit. I miss you. So whenever you're available, come back to Oshivester. Full stop.
Gotcha. I'll try and hurry this up. Over and out.
Oh no, full stop.
I hope you're okay. Stay safe.
I would respond, but it'd take 24 hours. So I feel like that's the end of that combo.
So you still have 2 messages you can send if you'd like to.
Nah.
Fair enough. Okay. Return.
Actually, I will send one message.
Back in time.
No, the whole purpose of giving her this sending stone. How is the Chancellor doing?
She's dead. No, I'm kidding.
Chancellor?
The Chancellor's fine. We have been quite busy over the last few days. Business as normal. Well, actually, there was this letter.
Was it the letter E?
And we're a bit concerned. And that's about 25 words.
All right.
24 hours later.
Okay, hold
This
on.
is
I
going
actually
to
have to...
haunt him for those 24 hours. He's not going to
What
know.
letter?
All right, I'm counting up those words. All right, I think I got it.
Okay.
Concerned? How so? Also, look into who knows about Akadon in the twins. There is a informant giving info to other entities. Full stop.
God damn it.
Conflict is brewing. Senator Moraine is concerned, asking to convene the Aquatoria at once. I'll look into it. And I'll touch base with you. Full stop. It's 25 words exactly.
All right, so that's the 5.
Yep, that is now the present.
Yep.
Well, I don't know where Anna went off to, but
She is getting
she's dead.
nice.
She's currently stealing dice. She has stolen the dice. The stealth check was high enough. She didn't get caught.
Nonetheless, as you proceed through the giant gems, again, it takes about a whole day to traverse through this mountain range, if you can call it crystalline range, before you enter the rolling plains, occasional oak tree, very young, on the other side. The giant gems providing some kind of barrier between the desert and the, flourishing landscape on the other side. But as you pass through the giant gems, that outpost that some of you remember Bozic talking about,
Yes.
you find the only surviving portion of that outpost, about 300 feet in the air, on the tip of one of those crystalline spires. That outpost, obviously, he has not visited in quite some time, predates the penultimate, and has been absolutely shredded to death by the formation of these giant spires.
This man has not known that this spire has been gone for 20 years.
No, he has not
Sand dolphins-
known at these
Sand dolphins
GM.
don't typically travel this route, so
So
But it
this
just hasn't gone back.
not a word. Everyone died.
Look, I need you to understand something. Those things under the sand, those bits of gem, those sharp bits of gem under the sand, probably killed a good few people. The only reason we didn't see them is because they were likely covered by the sand.
I understand, but no one noticed that?
They just never heard back. And no one came out, and anyone who did come out to look was stranded just as well.
I don't know about you, but if...
No, we have a duty to this random community of people to go back and say something, yes, but not now. We can't now. We don't have the means to
I
safely
don't
get
care
back
about
before
our duty. I'm just
dying.
saying that if this penultimate thing happened 20 years ago, no one thought that it was probably not okay, at the very least? That everyone went there, never returned?
Yeah, that would be suspicious.
People are messed up, man.
No, here's what we need to do. Whenever we get to, hold on. The place we're going.
Garei?
Garei.
Whenever we get to Garei, we need to either find a way to send a message back, or straight up pay a wizard to cast sending. Because otherwise, this is a public danger.
Yeah, we'll do that later.
Speaking of danger, I need all of you to make a dexterity.
Oh, piss off. Sorry, didn't mean that.
No, it's
Plus
okay.
4 from Owunul.
You can say that.
+4 from Owunul, except that doesn't matter for me because I have 2 points of exhaustion.
It does matter, because otherwise you would get a -4.
Do I
Yeah,
still
it's
have
true.
1 point of exhaustion?
Yes, you haven't slept since that time, yeah.
Wait, so we
Sure.
didn't sleep since that point? We haven't?
Actually, it's cocked.
Yeah.
That last point that was acquired,
It's also cocked. Okay.
yeah, Owunul, you still have 2, Pura has 1, Evadin has 1, Rancor has 1. Sizik has 2.
Unfortunately, I do not have as big a bonus to my dex as Caught.
Oops.
So Evadin is fine. That's an natural 20. Rancor is also fine.
Okay.
Paloma,
22.
22. Okay, you're okay.
Uh,
You take half damage.
No, I
I'm
don't.
just gonna say,
Oh, you have evasion. Never mind. You take no damage. Sizik,
21.
21. You take half damage. Pura,
8.
8. You take the full damage. That is a fail. Altrix,
11.
11. That is also a fail. You take full damage. Owunul.
No.
I'm gonna use my ring of evasion to succeed instead.
Okay, so you
Because
just
I
take,
rolled-
you just take
Because I
half.
rolled a
Okay.
12, so.
Yeah. Okay, you just take
Anna.
half. Got it.
The way that Owens said 11, I heard Wes.
Yeah.
In the middle of the roadway, which is not a super beaten path, but is
Swear to
a path well enough, the ground beneath you begins to just rumble a little
No.
bit.
No.
And spearing through the ground is a gemstone spike. She just shoots up, fully formed, shoots out of the ground. Those of you that fail, you take a total of 26 points of piercing damage. Those of you that succeed, you take 13. And if you have
I-
evasion, Paloma, you take 9.
Yes, but I would like to take Sizik's.
Okay, got it. Sizik takes half, so you take 13.
Okay, then.
And
All
it's
right,
also
then.
about that time that as you're still looking up as you're walking by this outpost that it was skewered, and that spire retracts into the ground, and the outpost slams onto the ground and splinters outwards as you hear the cracking of wood and the rest of the stones crumbling underneath it.
Is
Oh.
that thing, is that alive? This
That-
doesn't seem normal.
Is a great question. That
If it's
I
alive,
think the best world of us is where we never know, and we just leave right now.
because if it's alive, well, we
agree.
just took a chunk out of it.
It doesn't matter.
let's-
Let's leave.
No, let's go. Let's go. Keep
All right,
moving.
we're leaving,
Keep
we're
move
leaving,
along.
bye.
Move along.
Let's get out of here as soon as we can because
Eyes
this is not
forward.
good.
All
And
right,
you
as we're
scurry
walking,
quickly.
I'm gonna take 10 minutes to utter a prayer of healing.
Okay.
And that is going to be up to 5 creatures of my choice. Who failed?
Pura Altrix.
I'm-
And that was it.
Altrix, and that was it.
Yeah, Pura
Oh,
Altrix.
me too.
Okay, so Altrix, I will choose Altrix, Sizik,
Technically, Paloma as well.
Oh,
Paloma.
'cause I took Sizik's damage.
Oh no! Oh, you took.
Yeah,
Sizik.
I didn't
Okay.
take the damage. She took
So,
it. For me.
Altrix, Paloma,
Pura,
Please.
Evadin,
Pura.
Yeah.
Pura, and
Right.
myself.
Yeah, or you.
And that'll be 2d8. I'm gonna go ahead and roll that real quick. That is going to be 8 points of healing.
8.
And the benefits of a short rest.
There you go.
holy crap! You can recover a spell slot with that. Then
Some
I
people
can recover a spell slot with that?
I can.
Oh, lol.
Warlocks can.
Yes. Paladin Warlock combo goes kind of cool. Not gonna lie. For the funny. All you need is 10 minutes.
There you go. All right. Well, as you scurry out of the giant gyms and into the plains, you quickly make way towards Garei. You spend 4 more days travel.
Do we need to roll anything for those days?
You do not.
Okay.
The
we
plains
get the
can't
effects.
hurt you.
That's
We
what
get
they all
effects of-
say. That's what they all say, Mason.
Yeah, all of you take enough long rest to recover your exhaustion.
Yay! Thank
Whoop,
you.
whoop.
So it's been 6. It's been 11 days since you left Pajakin. When you arrived on the outskirts of 5th month of
On the what of the what?
25th of the month of Blyreth. Right in the middle.
Ah,
As you begin to enter it's not necessarily a tiny town, but far smaller than, the big cities of Oshivester, Hydroxylvexton, Provenere, Brontero,
What was
Pajakin.
that city we just came from again?
Pajakin.
Pajakin.
Pajakin. Okay.
A population of roughly 6,500 people. And a very sprawling farming town at that. But also on the coast, as you see ocean water for the first time in quite some time, since Straxorus at least. But
Does it
small-
look better from when we left?
yes, Paloma and Sizik, it's larger than when you left it. There are more
It's like 3
crops
times
laid
the
out.
size.
Yeah, it's triple the size. Plenty of 1- and 2-story buildings of various sizes, but no towers. It is a modest farming community. Farming and fishing community, I should say.
They really did a lot without us here. Maybe we would. Maybe we really would have gotten in the way. Huh?
Yeah. God, there's so many more people.
Yeah, it is not as what is word I am looking for? Quaint as it used to be. But it's still nice.
Are
It is
we-
home after all.
Yeah. Are we even gonna be like the city has expanded outward, right?
Yep.
Yeah. How do we find our house?
Well, I doubt that the homes themselves moved, so I think best option might be to wander around until we find somewhere familiar, and then go from there.
Okay.
Center tends to be the oldest.
Yeah,
And do
I
you
guess
guys-
just walk towards the middle?
Yeah, if you guys just see anything familiar, just go from there and see if you can find y'all's home.
Oh,
Fair enough.
Mason, from here can we
No.
see that little river?
That is on the other side of
It's on
town.
the other side? Okay.
The Pequeño River.
As you begin to push forth towards the town center of Garei, you note that the primary population here seems to be Heron, Aarakocra, turtle, lizard folk, halflings, earth genasi, and humans, all living in harmony, farmers and fishers, and occasionally an artisan here or there. But you make your way towards the middle of Garei, again, in theory, and like you said, the oldest. And you find Paloma and Sizik an area that you remember being called the Green Crossing. Now, the Green Crossing, when you saw it, was not green. It was a patch of dirt where they planted some seeds of grass, hoping that it would eventually lead to a very soft, natural town square. But it is now actually sprouted, and there's various spring flowers in bloom, very low grasses and mosses, very comfy to walk on. But there are small shops set up around this kind of central square, and lots of people. Just
This
you're
is
buying
Green
and selling.
Square?
Yeah, it's actually.
It really
green
did
now.
become green.
Cool.
Do either of us remember the way
Yeah.
from
I do.
here?
Yeah, make a history check.
I am good at history. That's
I am
actually
not.
something I excel in. Okay. Only putting that super, totally planned and well thought out proficiency in that skill to good use.
Mason.
Hey, it's a
Move.
21.
Okay, well, I
Okay.
don't need it anyways.
Okay. no problem.
I rolled a 17.
Okay.
So
Yes,
21.
the area is mildly familiar to you, and you begin to recognize some shops that were either in construction when you left or were just at their earliest stages of beginning. You see Garai's Grains and Goods, the general store, and the granary. You see Plivania's Pedal and Pestle. You also see the mail room, post office, but known as. You pass by Skykim Kites. You also see the Mossy Ladle, one of the cozy taverns in Garei. And as you begin to venture a little bit more northwest of the Green Crossing, you come across a housing district where there were once plenty of spaces and yards and backyards between homes. It's now not crammed, but tiny little spaces, little plots of land where there have been houses constructed in nice rows. Someone's trying to do good city planning, at least. And it is then that Paloma, you see your house, and Sizik, directly across the street, you see yours. Now, I'll ask each of you to describe what we see.
Oh,
It's okay. I'll fill in the gaps where you leave behind. So just give me your best.
Sure. Do you want to go first, or do you want me to go
Um,
first?
Sure, I'll go first.
Okay.
So, it is a house that clearly started as like a one-room shack and then was expanded upon piece by piece by piece until it turned into like an actual house. But some bits are made out of like a different grain of wood. Like you can tell that it's been piecemealed together. And now it's like not a big house, but like modest, but you can tell that it's been put together a little bit at a time.
Okay. And Sizik?
Almost on the complete opposite end of that is a house that is very well constructed, thought out, planned. The architecture is very nice. There's like smooth edges. Everything is like pristine, very in line with a lot of the other construction around. Very, similar to a lot of the other buildings. You looking at it, it's like just a glance you wouldn't be able to tell, but like really looking hard, you kind of see that it started out kind of like it was meant to fit only smaller folk, but then was quickly fixed to house also regular-sized people as well.
Very well. Okay. And the sound of hammer and wood is heard echoing from perhaps almost like a garage/workshop on the side of that house that Sizik has described. And Sizik, you know that it sounds very familiar. And Paloma, you recognize it too.
Sizik,
But you
look,
can.
even my house is bigger.
Yes.
It looks like they added
Oh,
a whole rope.
perhaps we finally made something like an extra bathroom. So you are not all fighting for one when you have guests. Or, well, when your family has guests. Which was mostly us. I will walk over, not to the front door, but like kind of where that is. The workshop on the side of the back
It's like the side.
side. Yeah, I will kind of like knock on, like kind of the door to that shop.
Yeah.
Like the outside door.
Sure. You knock on the door, and probably whoever's inside doesn't hear you because they're hammering. And so it's unlocked if you wish to just push in.
Sure. Yeah.
Open, kind of slowly, almost hesitantly. Paloma standing kind of right behind you, and the rest of your companions behind that. But Sizik and Paloma, you recognize the outline of a muscular man, a stud of a jackrabbit, with now peppered colored fur, that is hammering away at a construction project. His ears perk up, absolutely vertical, just like Sizik's, when the door opens, and the right ear just kind of turns almost just on a little swivel to detect the sound, and takes off some glasses, puts them on the workbench, and turns around to look at the two of you. And of course, this is Fenton Lightfoot, as you recall him, a little older than you last saw him.
Of course.
His vest is it's dirtied with various wood stains. There's sawdust all over him, and he's got a tool belt attached to his hip in leather, and is holding a hammer. Turns. Good afternoon to you, folks. Wait a minute. Paloma? Sizik?
Da.
Hi.
Is us.
By the gods. He drops his hammer to the ground, planks on the floor, and he rushes to both of you, scooping you in a powerful hug. Arms lock around you, kind of hoisting both of you off the ground, but only just by an inch or so, because he's not that much taller than either one of you.
Yeah.
I'm probably taller than him now.
Actually, yeah, you probably are.
Oh,
you
yeah.
are taller than him, actually.
We brought our friends as well.
It's so
We-
good to see you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You as well. It's been a long time.
It has been forever. He's still holding you in a
There's-
hug.
There's a lot going on.
No. I
Ah.
wasn't expecting to see you home anytime soon, but I am glad you are here.
As are we. It's gotten a lot larger here since we left.
Yes, and he finally sets you back, both on the ground. Yes, it has grown quite a bit. You know me and my habits. Just keep
Of course.
building. But how have you been? Paloma, how are you?
Fine. Good. Fine.
And you both no insight check required. Both catch perhaps a man that does not cry very often, as tears begin to well up, and unexpected
Oh
to see.
no.
Oh. It has been too long.
It's okay.
No, it is not okay. I have missed you both dearly.
Me too. Although it's been a lot harder to really stop and think about home with everything that's been going on.
Did you find your grandmother?
Um, kind of.
Excuse me.
No.
It is a very long story.
No.
Well, please, let's go inside. I have plenty of time. You folks, whatever your names are, please come inside too.
This is.
Oh, right.
Altrix,
Yeah.
And that's Owunul, and that's Pura, and then the real quiet ones outside are Evadin and Rancor.
It is nice to meet all of you.
Nice to meet you too.
This is
Well,
my uncle Fenton.
Fenton
He's
Lightfoot, a
mine.
pleasure to meet you.
D. Fenton? The guy
He's
who
mine
we've heard
papa.
so much about?
we've heard two things about him.
Well, okay, you didn't read all about his business. I did.
Neither did you. You read the name of the business.
And that probably no longer exists.
That was the conclusion that I was given. I assume I was able to read more than that.
Yeah. I feel like the almanac probably had a lot of just other businesses in it, as opposed to more details on this one specific one.
Or,
Yeah, on the one specific
alternatively,
business.
I went and looked for that specific business, like a whole book
Who
on
wrote
it or
a book
something.
about a hardware company, like a
Who
construction?
wouldn't?
We go inside.
Yeah, he leads you inside. Again, like Sizik described, it is a house that originally was constructed for perhaps the smaller folk. Has been rebuilt and redesigned to fit everyone. A little low for Owunul, maybe. You have to not duck fully, but your head is almost
I am
there.
going to try not to accidentally
Sure.
hit everything
Yeah, that's fine.
and make it all collapse, because that would be probably not very good.
Sure.
We already destroyed one house.
He
Hey, that was an
leads you-
accident.
leads you into a well-decorated kitchen, a hand-carved dining table, hand-carved chairs, and then even brings out hand-carved plates and cups. Everything is made of wood, and he's done it all himself. You can see the little stenciled-in mark where his initials F.L. are penciled in, are carved in to pieces of wood. He puts on a kettle of tea. Where do we begin?
Well, we left, and then
And
How was your trip?
the boat was all right. Sizik almost got blown off the deck a few times, but I caught him.
Well, it is good.
Made enemies with an octopus king. He
mhm.
was very, very rude. Not
Interesting.
a nice fella. We get to Straxorus, and
we find his grandma's house.
Right.
which there was no grandmother.
Mm-mm.
Oh, I see. So you did not find your grandmother.
No.
Not then, no.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Okay.
Wait.
But so we lived there for a while.
Okay. Did you get our letters?
No.
Did we?
Do you recall getting letters?
I believe I remember reading some or hearing about it. It was long. I was small. I actually do not remember letter very well.
Oh, that is a shame. We wrote you quite a few letters.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
Eventually, we left and made our way to big city, Provonere.
And we met Altrix.
And along the way, we met Altrix
And
and Rancor. And then in Big
then-
City we met Owunul and Evadin and Pura,
Mhm.
and then
Oh god, those are memories.
a whole lot of other people.
Yep. And,
And then we get
nothing nefarious happened.
Fucking government
I
club.
I don't believe that, but it is okay.
but then I was having a talk with lo and behold, my it was grandma, and she said she lied about being specifically in Straxoris because it was we were supposed to be there.
When did
It
you talk
was-
with her about that? What?
Well, Altrix and I were in desert outside of Pajakin.
You went to Bajakin?
Yes, we actually came from there. We tried teleporting, but then there was a little mishap.
Teleporting? Oh, you must have some nice
Yes.
friends.
So wait, hold on. You talked to your babushka, and she told
Yes.
you she was the one in Straxoris?
Yes, and it was it was like
The
she
same
was, it
grandma?
was yes, the one that you finally saw for the first time a little while ago. And she said that she was the one who told Mama and Papa about Straxoris, but she wasn't actually there. It was just her attempting to
We were
get
literally
us
chasing
there.
a ghost.
Yeah, Sizik, I will add, we did see a number of mirages in the desert, and I do not
no,
recall
it-
any of that.
No,
You-
he
you
talks to her
remember
by
when-
himself. Remember, like his eyes turn gold and he gets all.
Oh, is that what that was?
Mhm.
Yes, that is conversation I was having. Yes.
Frickin' sorcerers, man.
Oh, I just thought he was high off of like desert cactus juice or something.
No, we
No.
had very little water, no cactus juice. But
So you
that
have-
is actually why we came here to back here home. You haven't happened to see Mama or Tiocha Pata, have you?
No, they left about 2.5 weeks ago.
Yeah.
They were going on an extended girls' trip vacation. They haven't taken one of those since before the two of you were born.
Okay. Okay. So we talked to mom's coworkers because apparently she's the ambassador to the Sultan now.
One of the ambassadors, yes, that is correct. She's done very
And-
well.
They said that she hasn't been. That she's told them she was coming back here.
Right, she was. I think they were going to come back here and
No, they-
pack their things, and then they were going to leave.
Oh, okay. Because they kind of made it sound like she was going to come here and stay here. I'm just wondering, like,
They did come back. They
Okay.
arrived from Pajaki in about 2.5 weeks ago, and then they were here for a few days, and then they left.
Did they tell you where they were going?
They did not, and you know how your mom is. Sometimes you just let her do what she's going to do.
I
okay.
have a question, and it is
Of
very
course.
important that you answer truthfully about it. Is it
You're my
is
son,
of,
Sizik. I would not lie to you.
and I will use a minor illusion to produce the image of the blue moon symbol. Does this mean anything to you?
Yes, he pulls out like a little pair of spectacles and puts it on, and like, wait, is that it? I don't know what that is.
Can I do an insight check?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Owunul is naturally trusting, but this is a very important
You know what?
matter.
If Dan ain't here, he would do it.
I'm doing it for Dan.
Daniel
Dan.
inside check Tim's.
That is a natural 20.
Yes!
Oh man. Yeah, it
And
had to happen.
Expose him as a liar so we
Um,
can kill him.
No.
he is telling the full truth.
Owunul nods along. Yeah.
Is it supposed to mean something to me?
Not that it's-
I am actually somewhat relieved that you don't recognize it.
It's
And
good,
I
suppose.
will quickly cast a message to Paloma. Should we tell him about the names on the ledger and the airship?
I think so. So, we were hired by some people in Provenary to investigate something. And
You got a job?
yeah,
That is very good for you.
not my first one.
Also very good for you.
But so we tracked down an airship crash in Pickle Pines, and we found that we were suspicious had like a dangerous artifact on it. And we found a ledger with Mom and Auntie Mara's names on it, and that symbol.
Interesting. That is quite odd.
Mm-hmm. And then we talked to a hobo, and he told us that.
Don't mention the fact that we paid the hobo an exorbitant amount of
And
money.
he told us that Mom paid him 5,000 gold to smuggle the dangerous artifact onto the ship in the first place.
5,000 gold pieces?
Mm-hmm.
That is a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. No, I did not know this.
Okay.
Are they in trouble?
That is why we came,
Yeah.
to see if you knew anything, or at the very least hoping that they were here.
Have you spoken with your father, Paloma?
No, haven't gotten the chance.
Well, we should go get him, I suppose. I feel like
But
he should
if you
be in
don't
on
know
this
anything,
conversation.
he probably doesn't know anything. So
I
Paloma?
still feel like it is wise to inform him.
fine.
And he... Wait here, I will go get him.
Okay.
And he goes outside. You can see through the window. He walks to the other house. Again, not locked. Walks right through the front door. And trots back over with a familiar gray Aarakocra, much like Paloma. A little bit more white plumage on the front and darker gray than Paloma is. Dressed in all green robes. And carrying a basket caught like right in the middle of unloading groceries. Still has a basket of fresh carrots and lettuce in the basket. It follows Fenton back over. For those of you that do not know him, may I introduce Pavo to all of you. This is Paloma's father. Well, hey there, folks. What seems to be the problem? Now, wait, gosh darn second. Paloma, is that you?
Yep.
Sizik, is that you?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by golly, gee, you kids come here!
Sort of, yeah, kind of walk over and give him a hug.
Yeah, he does not lift you off the ground. Not that strong. Not like Paloma or her mother. Now, what you kids doing back here?
Well, we were looking for Mom and Auntie
Oh, you
Mara.
just missed her.
Oh, okay. By how long?
Oh, 2.5 weeks or so.
Oh, that's not just.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
You know, my perception of time is random and
And we just left
ironic sometimes. Just left where?
here.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it has been quite some time, actually, now that I think about it.
She tell you where she was going?
Some extended girls' vacation, I think.
Okay.
And we'll fill him in on the same information.
Gotcha. He also does not recognize the blue moon symbol. Has no idea about any of that information. I have one question.
Sure.
Sizik, what happened to your leg?
No, nothing. Nothing happened. He was born like that.
Fenton leans down and look. Well, actually, now that you mention it, that is not a rat's foot.
Yeah.
It's not, but
that
it
is
is
it's
pretty good
Is
handiwork.
it better than a rabbit's foot? This is an improvement.
I mean, the craftsmanship is quite superb.
Yes, it is very, very well done. Altrix is actually the one who made it for me.
You do construction.
Tinkerings of
I
sorts.
see. Are you looking for a job?
Oh, I'm got a lot on my plate at the moment.
Okay, well, if you're ever looking for a job, I always need skilled craftsmen.
Yeah, you said we could switch towns.
Again, a lot on my
I'm
plate.
sorry, I'm still just held up on the leg part. What happened?
Yeah, so
It was my fault, and we were
Paloma.
we were tracking down.
she
this
blames
person.
herself, but it was not.
Someone threw a bomb in a room.
A bomb?
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
I mean, it's
explosive. Yes,
An
I almost got
IED,
to
if
him
you
in
will.
time. I almost did it, but I was too slow.
she blames herself, but I have told her it was not her fault. I told her she did very well actually, because better to have lost a leg than to have lost a life.
Paloma, honey, can we have a talk?
Do we have to?
I think it would be beneficial.
Okay.
Why don't we step outside?
Okay.
He goes onto the front porch.
I'm not in trouble, am I?
Of course not. It sounds like you barely saved his life. Who's throwing explosives at you kids?
We don't know actually who threw that one. They threw it from real far away. We didn't see him.
Are you
Altrix
hurt,
tried
honey?
to chase him down, and then he ran off a cliff.
Are you hurt?
Me? No.
I'm glad.
I'm fine.
The last thing you got was a missing leg. You did pretty well. It's relieved to know.
I could have saved all of them if I was a little faster, though.
Or you could have died. And I'm thankful you didn't. So you kids are like on a mission or something?
Mm-hmm. Sizik's on a mission from a god.
A god?
Yeah. So it turns out his grandma is a goddess. I think. Kinda?
Your mother owes me 2 gold pieces. That's crazy.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out.
Oh, do you want a carrot, by the way?
Oh, sure.
And he takes a carrot out of his basket that he's still holding, hands it to you. Freshly picked. So are you okay?
Yeah. No, I'm fine.
Are you sure? I know it's been several years, honey, but your face still betrays you when you lie. Your eyes still dart about 6 degrees to the left.
When did this guy measure?
Not of our.
Bravo! Bravo!
No, you'd think I would have gotten better at it by now.
Better at what?
At lying.
I'm sure it's been hard out on the road.
Nah, we did fine.
Well, you made some friends. At least I hope these folks are your friends. Otherwise, you just brought random strangers into Fenton and Mara's house. Which they would accept either way. You know how loving and caring.
Mm-hmm. They let Rancor and Evadin through the door. They...
I don't know who that is.
Oh, that's the tieflings.
Oh, okay.
The
I
real
gotcha.
quiet ones in the back.
Crazy. Wow, that's wild. Huh. Okay. Well, I know you've probably maybe made home elsewhere. This is always your home. You're welcome back anytime. I love you just the same. I know I've told you that 100 times before you left, but I'll say it 100 more if I have to.
Okay.
Don't stress yourself out.
Okay, thanks. And she gives him like the quickest, most like the quickest hug, and then
Yeah. He smiles just faintly, knowing that's about as best as it gets for the teenager.
it's like this person is kind of a stranger at this point. So like,
Right. Right.
Do you? I don't know how long we're staying here, but
I'll take every second.
do you mind if we stay the night? Do you mind if I come home?
Of course. You don't ever have to ask to come home. You're welcome anytime. And your friends are welcome too.
Okay.
I think we have enough bathrooms to accommodate all of them.
Yeah, I saw you added on more.
Yeah. Anyway, Fenton helped the planning process. You know, I've never been as good a builder as him. But we have a 2.5 bath now.
Nice.
One of them's just a shower.
That is the wrong half of a bathroom, but okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I did the plumbing wrong. Anyway,
to see you.
well, why don't we let's go sit down and figure all this out.
Okay.
Sizik, you and your father, he's like checking you out, like looking over. Who built Altrix? That was your name, correct?
Oh, yes.
How did you build it? Sizik, how does it work? Please tell me. I am curious.
I don't fully understand, but he can explain it better than I could.
I see there is an engraving on the side. Bing. What is that?
Well, this is a Bing loaded leg.
Don't you mean spring?
No.
Okay. I will not ask further questions.
I asked the same thing, and he gave the exact same answer.
I see. True comrade.
It's an acronym.
Oh, what does it stand for?
It's just some draconic.
I don't speak Draconic.
Exactly, so it wouldn't matter if I told you.
This is a fair point you make. I will not inquire further. Oh! Bravo. Paloma, welcome back. Please, the tea is almost done. So, companions, fellow comrades, well, please enjoy tea. Does anybody want sugar?
Oh yeah, I'll take some sugar.
Absolutely. Do you want 1 cube or 17?
Are those my only two options?
No, you can pick a number in the middle, but Sizik always likes 17.
I think I'll try 17. Is it?
It makes it very good.
Well, I mean, I'm a large lad. It probably takes a lot of sugar to get to me, anyways.
Sure, of course.
Well,
Absolutely.
I wouldn't know. We didn't really.
I
have
only like
any
it with
that I
so
can
much
compare of.
sugar because Mama likes the very bitter tea.
Yes, this is correct. And he looks at you, Pura. You've been awfully quiet.
You got any
Oh my god.
It's been a really long and hard and slow journey in the desert.
You have an overflowing flask.
You got any alcohol?
this.
Don't you have that flask that never gets empty?
Oh,
No?
but I like take it out and take a swig of it.
No.
He brings you a teacup, and reaches into his coat and pulls out a flask and pours a little bit into it and stirs it together. I think that you can use this.
Thank you. It's just you're really refreshing. I drink it. What is it?
This is chi balancing tea. If you were a monk, it would have an effect, but you're not. So,
Oh, at least I found out a new one.
oh, actually, no, that's not true. You are resistant to charm and fear for the next 6 hours.
Nice.
And if you were a monk, you would gain an additional.
Which is what?
I'm not going to tell you. He's not a monk.
No, but I am.
You want some
Well,
chi
you
balancing
should drink
tea?
it.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a little tart, but it will do well. Your favorite of your mothers.
Thanks.
You now have an extra reserve of 1d4 key point.
Oh, cool.
Oh.
Oh,
So I'll roll a d4. Three extra key point
Dang.
Until when? I spend them, or
until you spend them,
hell yeah.
or whenever I think it's been long enough for those effects. Whichever one comes first. I don't know how much help we can be in your dilemma that you're faced, but
I mean this
You
tastes
need-
pretty good. I feel better
If you-
already.
does anybody else have any questions, concerns, comments?
Yeah, you don't have any
Looking
way
for
of
job.
contacting Mom and Auntie Mara, do you? They didn't leave like
No,
a forwarding address.
No.
or-
forwarding address. That is funny. No, they did not take anything with them. Unfortunately, not.
Mm. Bummer. Okay. Well, does everyone think we should leave tomorrow, or
Tomorrow sounds good, yeah.
Sleep. Sleep sounds good.
We have not.
Well, is there anything else we can do for you?
I don't know. We were hoping that they might be here, but unfortunately, that is not the case.
I think it was still worth it for us to come here, though.
At least we know that they aren't part of everything going on, so that is comfort.
Yeah, it is comforting to hear that y'all's folks just aren't caught up in the web that we find ourselves in.
It was worry, but it is nice to be back for a little while, I will say.
hey, we got to see all the not all, but we've gotten to see some of the improvements they made to the town.
Yeah,
Would you like a tour around town?
yeah, I think that would be fun.
Paloma?
Sure, yeah, why not? Pura can Can he just like crash here though?
Mm.
He looks dead on his
Of-
feet.
Of course, I will take you
Yeah.
up to bedroom. Please follow me upstairs.
Thank you.
Of course. Anybody else too tired to walk?
No?
Very well. Well, Pura is your name, correct?
Think so. It's been a while. Pura, yeah, that sounds right.
Are you okay?
That
Okay,
tea really did a
we-
number
we're
on you.
Mhm.
I don't
He's
think it was
never
the tea.
okay.
And he leads you into a guest bedroom. Well decorated. But you can stay in here.
Thank you.
But the rest of you, if you're up for a tour, I'll take you on a tour.
I don't know if I can fit everywhere you might want to tour.
We can stay outside. Don't worry.
Okay, because I don't want to damage your lovely home. You know, like.
Oh, do not worry. I am not concerned. It will give me something else to do.
Oh, well, that's comforting, I guess.
So please tell me about yourselves. Except for Pura, who is too tired.
Oh
Pura is a sad elf who drinks a lot.
She's not wrong. She's not wrong.
I don't know a whole lot
And
more
then
about
he-
him, cause
He asked Altrix to make an arm of fire that also shoots blood.
Okay, the blood part was the only weird part about that. Let's be honest.
That is not an accurate description, but yes, I guess.
Well, my name is Owunul. God, it feels weird actually introducing myself for once. I blame you guys for this.
well, it's not our fault
We are
that you can't.
yeah.
Yes,
we
it
were
is.
told. Well, no, it is not our fault that we have been told for a long time that our work must not be known by majority people.
Well, regardless, my name is Owunul, and I'm a paladin of Helm, and I'm trying to keep these. I'm trying to keep my friends safe while we're doing whatever the hell it is we're doing at this point.
Well, that's a very noble task to take on.
Someone's gotta.
Well, fair enough. I appreciate you keeping my kid.
I mean, they're plenty capable of protecting themselves, but I just pitch in when I can.
Well, let's be real. Paloma's the one who's capable.
Ouch.
What out of the two of us, me and her, she is more capable than I am.
Well, yeah.
I was not talking about you, Owunul.
Oh,
You
okay.
you've been doing better than some of us give you credit for.
Well, all right then. I suppose that's fair. Altrix, do you want to introduce yourself?
I'm Altrix, again, Tinker. Did Sizik's leg a firearm for Pura, as well as some other
Ooh.
things.
He did. He actually. What did you do? You stole my shield, but that's was to make it better and then give it back to me. I'm gonna like take the shield and just kind of show it off a little bit because it's really cool being a draconic shield. He did this. He did this for me.
Oh, that is very impressive. Are you
He's a
sure you
very-
do not need a job?
He is a very skilled artificer, and maybe once this whole thing is over, I mean, it's up to him.
Yeah, again, a lot on my plate at the moment.
I understand. And as you kind of wander around with both Pavo and Fenton. Various people keep greeting them as steward or elder. Both of those titles kind of get. And you get the sense that these people are important enough to be kind of on like a council that supervises the town, but not like the Council Provenere. This is like just like a small group of people. Yeah, just kind of get a little bit of familiarity. Very friendly people as you walk around.
Every time they point out like a building or like a landmark or something, Paloma says, "Oh," and like she describes some like mischief that she and Sizik got up to there. Like that's where we like hid for hours, whatever, even though they were calling us home and we didn't go. And that's where I got into a fight with so and so, and that's where I got into a fight with a different person. And
Up until we get to all of the new stuff, and then we're just like, oh,
and then, yeah, we don't know any
ooh,
of that.
interesting.
Yeah, as you are led around, they walk you by the ledger house, which is where they keep all the records of harvest yields year after. They lead you down to the beach, known as the Cradled Strand. They take you by the Laughing Channels. Paloma says they recognize. On the beach is Driftwood Inn and Stitch on the shoreline, which is a tailoring company. Shop, I should say, not really a company. Also the Hook and Hatch, a bait shop. The Tempered Tides, which is the workshop.
Oh, and that's where I didn't go to school. It's a school, but I didn't go. Didn't wanna.
Be fair, school's pretty overrated.
Yeah, I didn't need it.
I mean, I feel like school taught me some pretty important things, like how to be a paladin.
I'm not a paladin.
Yes.
Am I?
Not for everyone.
Paloma's a truant confirmed.
We knew that already. They point out to the Breezy Beacon, which is a lighthouse that overlooks the bay. And in kind of near the outskirts of town where you walked in, you remember seeing like a small little building, but it's actually Temple of the Pathcart. One of the towards the middle of town, there is what is called the Broken Cathedral, which Owunul you recognize as Church of the Seven Gods. It seems to have survived the penultimate, as it's still broken, and has been left as some historical marker from an age-long past.
Oh.
But two places, well, three, but one particularly for Sizik. First is the Maw of the Cradle, which you recognize as where the incident. And then for the two of you, you see off in the distance in one of the fields the Hollow of Names, where a different incident occurred. And
Those
then
are the haunted woods.
yes, the Haunted Wood. And then Pavo kind of eagerly takes you out, not too far away from the cliffside, but far past the Breezy Beacon Lighthouse, to a place known as the Windstep House, which is, as he tells you, this is a place that your mother would construct a monastery, but she got busy with work, and so this is the foundations, at least.
When did she start this?
Started it right before you were born, actually. But after you kids left, it wasn't probably 2 years or so before this is about all progress she. Just figured you might want to look at it.
It's a shame she couldn't finish it.
It is a shame.
Well, it's just something that she can do when she's finished with work.
And that's what she always does. But then work calls her back for something else. It's alright. It's just how it goes sometimes.
It's what it feels like for us. Just when we felt we had gotten it all figured out, more keeps happening. Sheesh. But
Well, that's
on the bright side, we got a mansion.
Oh yeah, we forgot
you
to mention that.
you got a mansion?
Yeah.
You forgot to mention the
Yes.
mansion.
Yes, yes. It is back
Sweet.
in Provenere. It was
Oh yeah, we got it as a reward for helping out with some stuff there.
some
That's
very
quite
big
interesting.
stuff.
Some very interesting, very important stuff. Yes. And it's a big house, and it has a lot of stuff. We have our own employees there.
Hmm.
Well, y'all folks sound like you're quite the ordeal.
Well, when a group of such people come together, it's only natural that something cool happens.
Well, that's quite inspirational for you to say.
One
He
way
has
of
his
putting it.
moments.
me when I'm not having my moments. Cricket! Cricket!
Well, that concludes our tour. So, it's getting a little bit later in the afternoon.
Yes, but
How about I cook us all dinner?
that would be nice. I
That
did want to
sounds
ask,
wonderful.
why do people keep calling you old? You are not that old.
Right. We are no, well, we are older than left, but
But you are not like grandfather old.
no, not yet. But we are part of the stewards of Garei. It is a small council that is dedicated to the supervision and the growth and prosperity of our town.
Well, I did not know your name was Stuart.
No, it is not steward. That is a title.
Oh,
No, my
I
name
don't
is still
think I have
Fenton.
ever. I do not believe I have ever heard of a Stuart as a title.
It's a person that takes care of things.
That is something you have always been good at, so I can see why they would want you.
That is fair.
Need help with
Well,
dinner?
of course, sweetheart. You can help anytime you want. I think vegetable stew would do just fine. Feeds a large number of people anyway. And they lead you back to their homes. Paloma helps with dinner. And as the conversation kind of trails off into the night, that is a good place to end our episode for this evening. We will continue next week. Whatever story continues from there, I suppose. But until then, thank you for joining us tonight. And as a reminder, the adventure continues. Have a good night.
Bye.
Bye bye.